Definitive Edition is up next. So look forward to that.
Yep.
Hi. Yeah, I guess with I guess this is Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition.
Yep.
Yep.
Hello,
Turn
hello.
it over to you now. So yeah, good luck to the Definitive Edition runners.
I'm going to
Yes.
drop out now.
I will drop out as well.
Probably.
Right, thank you for the wonderful commentary on X. We'll
Time
take
is
over.
going to go for Ascent 2 in a few seconds. So we'll have a near synced start of race for Xenoblade 1.
Yeah, so I guess to explain what this category is, this is the 1.1.2 current patch of Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition on the Switch. So, and this is played on casual mode, which is, I guess, considered a friendlier, easier mode from the normal mode. Like, I guess the main difference is there is no effect given to level penalties. They don't take place. So let's say you're underneath, you're way under leveled compared to an enemy. You're not going to get any sort of block rate or accuracy penalties. And casual mode also increases your damage by two times the amount. We receive half the damage on casual mode. Party gauge is doubled. Enemy spike damage is reduced by 90%. A whole bunch of very friendly effects, I would say. And it makes it to where we don't really have to grind in this category compared to almost every other Xenoblade NG category. So what's happening here in this fight, we're starting off as Shulk, our main character. All we can really do here is just auto attack, and backslash is going to be our strong start here. So we're going to wait for our backslash to take off. And then starting on this next Caterpillar fight, we're going to start off with our talent art, or backslash, my bad, and then finish with a talent art. And while we're traversing Colony 9 here, there's going to be certain items we're looking for our collectibles. And when we put it in our Collectopedia, we get little bonus items. The main thing that's relevant to what we want here is a quick step gem, which is going to allow us to go faster.
I believe you'll see a lot of different quick gems throughout the run.
Yeah. It's really funny too, because I've ran the original game, and that has some really funny effects on the PAL version.
Yeah, the PAL version is like really weird.
Baz gets Plate Snow as his first, the second collectible. Wow, that's extremely lucky.
So this is the main reset point for runners, where we need like 6 different items. However, one of those items is really important as the value for it is really high, and we need to trade it with other NPCs. And the Plate Snow is just that item. If you don't get it, it's probably better if you reset. So I'm happy for Baz that they succeed.
Let's just hope Tyler gets it as well, because I'm for Team Close Race here.
Yeah, me too.
And it's getting close.
Instead of going on with where Baz is supposed to be going, he's going to get Outlook Park at Outlook Park first, and before that, even going to the residential district and trading some. I forgot what gems they were. Attack up gems, I think.
Attack up gem from what? I'm sorry.
What are they trading with the kids?
They're trading.
Agility, right?
They're trading for certain vegetable items in Colony 9 to fill out that category, and that category gives, I believe, the quick step gem.
Yeah, so it's really important to obviously get the quick step gem as soon as possible.
Ooh.
Oh, it looks like Tyler got Plate Snow as well. So
all right,
that's yeah.
They got the same seeds.
Yeah. Wow, Tyler got 2 of them. Oh, he doesn't need more. It's okay. Actually, do you need 2 or just 1? I think
you just need 1, and both of them got at least 2.
Yeah, that is still really good.
Oh, I did not know you guys actually traded for strength up gems. Looking at
Come
Bass's
on.
screen.
That's it. Yeah.
There's these third plates though.
Yeah, the idea is that really early game, you're trying to get one of the achievements for a little bit extra experience to fill up all of the slots you can have with gems. You'll see that right when chapter 3 starts.
Alright, there Baz is trading the plate snow for the chewy radish, the most important vegetable, I guess, because that's not something you can just find on the ground like every other item.
Really, really rare, at least in these parts.
And then after he comes up here to the Outlook Park skip travel landmark, he's gonna come back and head to the laboratory where Shulk does his work and stuff.
Oh no, he's just having a break from work, right outside. Oh, sorry, I'm missing a point in the game. I was like, oh right, we're at Outlook Park, but no, we're not to that part of the game yet.
Oh, my bad. I don't really know the story like that.
No. I'm like, I'm like so used to New Game Plus that we just already get there already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Another important thing to know is that both runners also own Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and have at least a save file of it on their Switch, which in Definitive Edition allows you to get an extra 100,000.
Yes.
What's the currency called
and
again?
it's just G's. That's all. It's
G's,
gold.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's nothing really special.
yeah, and it definitely helps throughout the first part of the game where you can just buy whatever and at least not be like just damage fodder for enemies.
Yeah, money is actually really hard to come by in Xenoblade Chronicles 1. So having that extra 100k is just speeds things along.
So Bass is currently talking to the gem crafter man, who gives you 2 free gems, HP up and strength up 2. All the gems come in 5 or 6 different tiers, which is also a little bit important, but also not too much. We can see that Bass is currently trading in all the vegetables he got and the fruit for the gems that he got, including the quickstep free gem that he got. That one is really invaluable. And equipping the
Yeah,
rest of it. Menuing is also really important. We're trying to reduce the amount of menus by a lot, so prepare to see a lot of like super long menuing sections throughout the game. As on Tyler's side, he got the quickstep gem. He doesn't have everything for the vegetable section, so he will have to trade with Rosemary and I think the little kid next to the gem man for the last few items.
Yeah, I think trading's like only a thing in Xenoblade Chronicles 1. It's just like it's not in really any other Xenoblade game. So using that to like our advantage is really great to gain the collectible items we want.
Yeah.
Oh, we get to play as Fiora a little bit, and that's when we go to Outlook Park. But yeah, we've been there already, so we just skip travel to it.
Yeah, this is the cutscene where Silk is taking a break and he gets a sandwich and totally misses the point by being, a beginning protagonist who still needs to grow. It's a funny cutscene.
I've also seen it memed a lot because of how the sandwich was made.
The sandwich tastes amazing.
I know it's amazing, but it's just like oh god, it's just funny.
So here's a funny cutscene with Ryan on Baz's screen where he tries to grab the Monado, and we find out that the Monado can't cut people.
Yes. And that becomes a big deal in the plot later.
Should probably talk a little bit about the Monado since everyone's just walking around. The Monado is a special weapon that is really strong against Mechon, the robot enemies in the game. And where it came from, no one knows. It's from...
Oh,
At least
they
if-
know it's from the bionis. It's a sort of bionis, but somehow it's in the small size.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know if they know it's the sword from the bionis.
They do. They definitely know it's from.
Yeah,
the-
okay. I
yeah.
trust you.
You're gonna notice
getting more place knows.
Yeah, or you're gonna notice Baz collecting all these orbs here. That's because they want to get as many collectibles as possible throughout certain places. Because money is a little tight towards the halfway point of the game. There's a particular shop they're gonna want X amount of money to be able to afford the rest of the equipment they need for the game. So them going a little bit out of the way to get orbs is pretty usual. There's not any more particular collectibles they're watching out for per se.
Yeah, they need to, just sell them right now because they need the rest of them for that area. So we're entering Aether Mine. Sorry, not Aether Mine. Tephra Cave. My goodness.
It goes so fast.
My goodness, my brain. But yeah, so Tephra Cave is like a little small. It's a little small cave area. It does have a bigger section towards the end game, but the main objective here is to just get through it for story progression.
Also, there we just briefly saw Baz switch over to switch certain skill trees off of Shulk, Fiora, and Ryan. That's to get certain abilities off of them throughout the game. Particularly with Fiora, the reason they swapped to it was her daring trait is to get a movement speed ability that Shulk will be able to equip way later on. And it's important that they do it at the sections that they do because a lot amount of SP points just comes from landmarks.
Yeah. Landmarks, they basically give a lot of experience, SP, and other like bonuses, and it makes exploring in the game very much worth it.
I don't know if these runners particularly do, but there are some like secret places that give like a lot of XP, like the outlook points. for
Yeah,
example.
actually, in the original version of the game, this is like the big part where we do like a big we go to the end game area in this cave, mainly to get a lot of experience for Shulk and Ryan. But that is not in this version of the game because they made the blocking. I think the blocking physics a bit different, or the ledge is slightly higher. Or both.
Yeah, something with geometry, I think.
So we can't do that sort of method to get up there. And before it was patched out, there was another method to get there, but it was patched out. So that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, the main like glitch would involve pretty much on prior to 1.1.2 patch. The main glitch involved would be requiring your player to a party member that you are not controlling to be on a vine, and when you
Hold
swap
on,
characters,
they're doing
I'm sorry.
this the ancient machine fight, which is actually a bit difficult at this stage of the game.
oh yeah,
So so it's basically you gotta group them up together and make sure you're able to damage them. It looks like Baz is doing a pretty good job of the fight though.
yeah. I
He
believe
is.
you want to topple them before they get into the ancient guard mode, or they're doing a lot of damage. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
On
Oh
any
no,
other-
Tyler! He got blocked by the lizards.
On any other
Anyway.
category, that fight is a little mean.
Anyway, so before we get back into the Colony 9, which is currently on fire, so the way to do this to do the I guess the level 50 early glitch was patched out of 1.12, hence why they're separated in different categories. And yeah, it's unfortunately that got patched out because it adds 4 hours to the normal run. But fortunately, in casual mode, we don't have to care too much about levels. Anyway.
The fight just gets more difficult, not impossible, if you're like under level.
Or well, there's a lot of grinding necessitated. There's like a lot of that time is spent to get into grinding off Gogols in a later area, because the game Xenoblade 1 really likes to punish you if you're not within a level of a certain enemy, and that's like
Yeah,
the
but
main thing.
but that's not really a thing in casual mode. Casual mode gets rid of that penalty. Anyway, so Baz is fighting his first Mechon without the Monado. So without having the Monado, you're required to topple the Mechon in order to do damage to the Mechon. Actual damage. I'll actually just be dealing 1 damage.
Yeah, 1 HP is not a lot of damage indeed.
Yes.
So the next few fights are going to be a little bit more difficult indeed, since you need to like be very conscious about Shulk needs to break the enemy, and then hopefully that the Rhine AI is good enough that they will topple. Normally they are, but you know, it's still a random chance if he does it or not.
Yeah, having to rely on Ryan to topple and then to be able to damage the enemy, it's just can get really hairy. So hopefully Ryan does cooperate and he doesn't use a wild down at a bad time.
So this fight here can be a little annoying. Baz here kind of wants to keep in mind of Wild Down's timer on Ryan to perfectly be able to actually damage the Mechon. And I believe the timer for Wild Down currently is around 23 seconds, so he has to keep that in mind when creating an opportunity to where he does meaningful damage to eliminate these Mechon as fast as possible.
Yeah, there's 2 ways that Shulk can currently break, which is Turn Strike, which is his current talent art, and Stream Edge, which can break multiple enemies at a time.
Alright, that's the second enemy down. And I believe
Oh,
this chain attack, he's gonna go ahead and immediately break and topple him. Whenever you launch a chain attack, all your arts are immediately up. So that just in of itself just created an opportunity for him to deal damage.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't think that was in the original game that you were allowed chain attack there.
I believe Baz just ended up missing that backslash bonus damage, and
that's
unfortunately he's gonna have to drag this last Mechon, the bulkiest of them all, a little bit longer. Oh, there's the Wild Down. That's good.
So now Dunban's in the party, and he wields a Monado. I guess the thing about wielding the Monado at this stage is that it does harm its user, hence why Dunban hasn't wielded the sword until now, because it has caused permanent damage to his right arm.
Plus, Dunban is 13 levels higher than Shulk is at the moment.
Yes.
So, why not equip a powerhouse? Tyler also making quick work of the Mechons.
Alright, coming up here though, Shulk is about to gain control of the Monado because Dunban just loses it and he can't wield it anymore. And we find out that Shulk has all these abilities with the Monado. Yeah. And we're going to take on this wave of Mechon. And one of those arts is Monado Enchant, which allows all other users to damage Mechon without having any special equipment, and that's what you see Baz doing currently right here. And so we're trying to reach back to the residential district to link up with Fiora, since obviously the whole colony's in disarray.
Yeah, and Fiora's trying to. She's grabbing basically another mech to help out, blast the Mechon and all that, since they are literally killing people. Anyway, so we fight against our first face Mechon, which is a metal face. And turns out even with the Monado, we can't hurt metal face.
So really all they're doing here is just building up chain gauge really by doing our positional arts, which give us a party gauge here to set up for the second phase of the fight where we learn or are able to damage the Mechon, the space Mechon, metal face.
Yeah. And during these fights, you have to wait for a certain attack. And then you're able to progress the story, which happens to be last resort for metal face 1. And then for this particular fight, you gotta do chain attacks, which is where you're initially able to do chain attacks in the initial game.
Oh, he didn't have Blossom Dance up on Baz's screen. You usually have Blossom Dance and just would finish it off, but it's not too big of a deal.
Yeah, you just need to make him hit half HP and then he's done.
Alright, I guess I can mention this, but Fiora died in that cutscene there, by the way.
Wait,
No,
what?
Oh no.
Whoops, my bad.
And
I just felt like it was important to note.
It is, because this whole journey is about avenging Fiora's death.
Yeah, Shog's gone, he's motivated by revenge basically to take out the Mechon that took her life.
So now that the war is over, chapter 3 starts. Before we go, the shop just got a lot more items, like the light shoes, which is exactly what Baz just bought. Currently equipping Ryan with all the gems that he can for some bonus experience from the achievements. Since this game has a built-in achievement system, since the Switch doesn't have it. Nor neither do we.
Actually, they were in the original game.
Yeah, I know. If only the Wii had achievements,
Yeah, at least they tuned it up better because they didn't work properly in the original game.
Oh.
Yeah, Burst Affinity didn't work properly, so getting that achievement was glitched, which is why it is in the 100% run, because it actually doesn't work as intended.
Tyler also barely having Blossom Dance.
So I assume they get a little bit of equipment here before going into this cave, because the boss of this chapter is a little mean, actually, even in casual mode, with how they face it. In other categories, you would usually have obviously 50 levels from pre-patch, but here a lot of the strat is just going to be getting up chain attack. If I remember correctly, is really the main strat to go here, since you're invincible during it. And there's just going to be an overwhelming amount of enemies that Shulk and Ryan have to deal with. So being well prepared with equipment is nice.
Yeah, there's also just a ton of spiders here, so...
Spider warning for people that have arachnophobia. Yeah,
there's just a lot of... how can I describe it? Just a lot of ways to just eliminate. You have a bunch of AoE, like Buster is AoE, because that's splash damage. You have Stream Edge. Ryan has War Swing. So this can be these spiders can be easily dispatched.
Yeah, that was nice. Also, if you notice how quickly Baz was able to use Monado Buster almost back to back, that's because of the art Stream Edge, which when it hits multiple enemies, it'll fill up for each time each time that stream edge hits the enemies. So that's how he was able
Yeah.
to get up Monado so fast.
Yes, and because there's so many enemies, you just like instantly get the full talent art gauge, which means you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna have Buster right away.
And Tyler is actually not too far behind, actually coming up on that same fight, which just makes it ever so more interesting.
Yeah, I'm so glad this race got close now.
There's only like it's gonna be real interesting in later chapters or like the next chapter over where that could definitely go either way.
I'm
Oh, yeah,
expecting it to
absolutely.
change next next one. With the grinding, the actual grinding that we do.
Mm-hmm.
So, story related, Ryan just got kidnapped by a big spider. And Shulk is getting a lot of visions about Ryan just kicking the bucket. And yeah, we're on a rescue mission. And at the start of this fight, we also get an art from a Monado shield, which story plots saves Ryan and makes everyone happy. There's actually an art that we do get, which is pretty cool. This is the first vision we're getting, I believe. And sorry, I lost it.
It's fine. Also, I think the Arachna Queen fight is technically like the first time you're able to have access to visions. So, what visions are is you get like a warning of an attack that can do a lot of damage to you, or like deadly or fatal damage to a party member, and you have a limited amount of time to prevent that from happening. And you can do it for a variety of ways, which is like grabbing aggro, and for a much tankier character in order to tank the damage, or use
Dazing the
Monada
enemy.
shield. Yeah. In this case, which is what the game intends you to do. So you kind of need the item from the Arachna Queen to get through the spider web.
It's a really weird door that didn't need to be there, but oh
Yeah,
well.
unfortunately like blocks progress if you somehow like get to this part of the game before it's intended.
It's also the first fight where I would say that you got like any real chance of dying over there, but Bass just
Yeah.
cleaned it up really quickly.
Mhm.
Let's see if Tyler can do the same.
Also, I guess another thing to mention about chain attacks. So, in a general chain attack, when we have 3 party members, it'll only go for each character to have 1 turn. But there's a possibility for extension, completely dependent on affinity or RNG, really. And ideally, we get a large chain attack because or a multiplier, because at chain 1 it's 100% damage. Chain 2 it's 2 times the damage. 3 is 300. Then at 4, it's times 5 the damage, and at max chain, after 5 consecutive turns, we will be doing like 7 or 8 times the damage. So later on, that becomes very important.
Oh yeah, and before so Badge just interacted with a thing that's exclusive to Definitive Edition, which are challenge battles, and there's gonna be some very wacky things going on with that.
Yeah, we'll see that in 4
later
hours
on.
from now, however.
Yeah.
So we're coming up in maybe the first most impressive area of the game, Gaur Plains. With amazing music, it's super big. Everything that you see, you could probably stand there. And
It's
at first, we're going to
yeah.
get another quick achievement, which is going to use the expert mode, which is also new to the definitive edition. We're finding a light wisp, which is a level 13 enemy. And I think Bass forgot to actually underlevel himself.
Oh
Expert mode,
no.
expert mode allows you to underlevel yourself a little bit, and that's exactly what he's going to do with Shulk, all the way down to level 4, 3, I guess.
Free.
Close enough.
Yeah.
And so the idea is to make sure that Vine tries to like almost kill the enemy and let Shulk do the finishing blow so that it counts that Shulk destroyed an enemy that is like 9 or 10 levels higher than he is. And that gets you just an achievement, more experience, and a little bit of a bonus experience, which definitely gives you 1 level at least. It's really interesting that he's actually helping right now. Because that can happen. Another thing that you have access to in Xenoblade is telling your party members what to do. There are 3
Yes.
different settings. The default one is just do whatever you want, but you can also say, hey, please attack this enemy so that you can potentially fight a different enemy, or
Yep.
tell them
Focus
to
attacks.
focus attacks, or tell them to not do anything at all, which is what he did there at the end, so that Shulk could deal the finishing blow. And Tyler is currently doing the same thing, except level 2, and with a fine flyer instead of a light wisp. But basically, it's the same idea.
Yeah, it looks like they arrived at different times of days, I think. Wow, that's really good for Tyler. Wow.
Yeah, Tyler definitely bought some time here.
Yeah. So I believe the next thing that we do is we investigate the owner of this buggy. But I think first they collect the landmark and then help the buggy owner.
Yeah,
I believe. Yeah.
that is true. Just to minimize walking later.
Yeah, that was New Game Plus. Oh, so sometimes you can get visions by collecting the collectibles, and that means they're useful for a quest of sorts. So that's a little bit of time lost there, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to happen to Tyler and Bass both,
Yeah.
like a few
'cause-
times throughout the run. Nothing you can do
Yeah.
against it.
Mhm. Yeah, since you don't know exactly what that collectible is,
All right, coming up
unless
with
you have to
this,
quest for it.
coming up with this fight, we don't want to use the Buster here, because we're going to be saving that for something for a fight we're going to be doing a little after. So here we're just going to always make sure to, whenever we're using Shulk, you're primarily always going to want to start off with Slit Edge to get the physical defense down, followed by Shadow Eye, which is going to increase the next physical art Shulk uses. And that perfectly segues into using Backslash for the most damage most of the time. And other than that, just using auto attacks or any other art to get damage.
It's
And
also
here I
really
believe is
important
when
here.
we,
Oh, sorry.
and here I also believe, I mean, like I said, I'm not no story expert on this game, so feel free to correct me, guys. But we saved some guy named Juju, or some little kid named Juju, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we got a little colony. You guys can come kick it with us over here, and we'll tell you all we know and all that."
Yeah,
That's why we-
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on. Sorry.
So that's why we kind of got that Kamos guidepost before coming to fight those Ardunes, to make it make it easier just to skip travel there to reduce the distance.
Yeah. So yeah, basically Juju wants us to because apparently Colony 6 got attacked by the same Mechons, but they didn't get out of it because of they lost pretty much their colony because of the Mechon. Unfortunately, the attack on their colony was much worse than ours, than Shulk, sorry. And then we had to see what's up, and we will talk to Charlotte after the shop and get her to join our party.
Yeah. So And Shulk tries to. I believe this is where Shulk randomly, whenever he interacts with certain objects or people, he'll get visions automatically. And right now, at this point in time, he kind of doesn't really know how to convey that to other team members, or even if somebody, even like how does somebody believe you when you can see the future? So he's trying to convince Charla, hey, your brother, yeah, I think he's gonna die. You got to come with us. And also, when Charlotte joins, we're just gonna kind of rob her of her equipment because her equipment she has, the main thing is it's slotted, so we're just gonna take it. She doesn't need it since she's the healer, so ideally she doesn't hardly ever get hit. And also, in the shop we just did before buying, before talking to Charlotte, we got mainly the most important item out of that shop was infantry boots, which comes with quick step on, and that's gonna make us ever so faster. And you can see right here they're equipping various arts. Thunderbullet is a pretty good art on Charla when it comes to attacking Mechon.
Yeah, it's like the only days art we have at the moment since Fiora is unfortunately not with us, so and she had days art, so yeah, Thunderbullet is very good. Very good art. I think does that no Thunderbullet does ether damage. I'm silly. I'm just thinking of something else. I know Charlotte gets a days art, but it's just like later on.
Yeah, I can't quite remember what her day's art was either. So now we're gonna take a
Was it head
long
shaker?
walk. I'll be honest.
Probably.
I don't quite remember. Charlotte is don't really use Charlotte like that. I'll be honest with you. But
Hopefully Chet knows better. I know that she gets headshot later on, but that's something
Headshot,
else.
yeah, can be used after the days art, which is which is why I remember that. Yeah, head shaker. I was correct. Yeah.
Yeah, head shaker.
I actually haven't seen this familiar routing or movement that Tyler and Baz are doing here. I guess that's something only exclusive to this category, but it makes sense because coming up before we actually go save Juju from these Mechons, we're going to be doing a little fun RNG category here, or RNG section here, to get super powerful here. And if you're familiar with Gogol grinding, we're really going to be doing that here. Now, you may be wondering, well, so these Gogols are like, oh, actually, for that, I guess we're getting more quick step gems and agility gems here. But after that, you may be wondering, how are we going to grind Gogols, even when we're level 12? Well, so the thing about casual mode is, since the only thing that makes this possible is since we can ignore level modifiers and buffs, we're basically going to be banking on like a very low percent chance to knock and push off these Gogols with Monado Buster, since Monado Buster has a slight knockback effect to it. And ideally off that knockback, when they fall into the pond, we get a silver chest and we can get an Empire Pike, which is I would say a late game, rather late to end game weapon for Ryan.
It is pretty late game, yeah. But first, we should probably mention about why are we standing near a glowy rock. This is gem harvesting, where we can actually create gems back in Colony 9. And currently they're pulling, well, not per se pulling, but they are grabbing random ether crystals. And they're hoping to get 4 pieces of either quick step and agility so that they can make at least 2 gems out of each.
Yeah, I think Tyler just had to reset, or is looking like he has to reset more
both
than
of them
twice.
have had to reset, but I think only Baz had to do it once.
Yeah, so that's kind of a little RNG and time loss. But hey, the section coming up, a lot can shake up with this race here, just momentarily.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Tyler might be behind, but doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it looks like he's got enough quick steps, so yeah, that was like an extra reset on Baz. But yeah, this race has gone extremely close now, which is very exciting. Like, I'm pretty sure Tyler is like less than a minute behind.
Mm-hmm.
We're still gonna find that out real quick. If you actually don't speed up the whole gem crafting process, the voice lines here are really funny. To me, to you, to me, to you. So cute. Funny enough, Shulk and Vine are, I believe, the best combo to make gems as well under certain
Mhm.
conditions. There are like super different methods into gem crafting, but this is such a weird mechanic in the game that has so much thought put behind it. But I don't think most people would either use that to that capacity.
Yeah, or they, or like they don't understand they can like save scum it and like just, they
Yeah.
don't have to worry about whether they get the right gem or not. But yeah, there is like a method to making gems. You want to get over 100% with one of them, and if you want to get like a better version of the gem, you have to hit mega hit, which is like 200%. But I think ideally they just want that one quick step gem as opposed to two of them. So
And
yeah,
I think they would love to get it, but it's not their main goal to getting a
yeah,
higher tier. And
yeah.
if you get
Tyler
over
was pretty
250,
close.
yeah. And if
Yeah,
you get over
Tyler.
250 or 300, I don't remember the
Yeah.
exact number.
Oh
you
yeah,
can
it's
get
that
an
number. Yeah,
extra gem.
right. Yeah.
Again, that's definitely not gonna happen and not their main goal.
hmm Yeah, it's been a while since I actually gem crafted, but it works the same way as the original game. Anyway, looks like we're getting to the Gogol section, which is, yeah,
Yeah. So
this is
what Baz is
where the
gonna.
race.
I'm sorry.
This is where the race can be, well, decided. I think in this Gogol section,
Yeah.
or
Baz
the
is gonna
lead
equip.
can change.
Baz is gonna equip all the agility he possibly can to get the best chance to actually hit the Gogol, since it's like over 60 levels over us, and
Yeah.
he's gonna walk a particular moment to get that Gogol as close to the edge as possible to where this Monado Buster hits. And unfortunately, there he kind of got sniped before he could get that Buster off. If he does end up hitting the Gogol, it's about a 40 to 50% chance to knock it off. Just going by the guide I'm looking at, and then a third chance to get a silver or gold chest, which is what the weapon we need for the route is in. And
Yeah.
so if you see a lot of saving and reloading happen here, that's actually fairly common here.
This can take 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
So yeah, we could potentially see a shake up here, a change in lead. We could see Agnes sweep the lead right from under Kevis. And Baz got trolled there. Oof.
Or Kevin's extend the lead over Agnes, but we'll see what happens. So yeah, we let gravity decide things, and because these enemies can't swim, they go into the water.
Oh,
Oh, Tyler might have something here.
Ooh, yeah, Tyler officially
Alright.
taking the lead.
Tyler has the first part, but it doesn't look like it was the right weapon, right equipment.
Yeah, but he
equipment,
can
so,
reload it, so
Yeah.
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 So every percent chance thing that we're waiting for doesn't have to be in a row.
Ooh.
So that's the saves
Yeah.
coming.
So
Yeah,
it's simple to
thank
say that
goodness the save's
Tyler's like
coming.
in the second part. Tyler's
Yeah.
on part 2, and Baz still unfortunately is on part 1.
Part
Yeah.
1 is the most awful one. Part 2
Oh,
is
but Tyler's getting kind of trolled with the the equipment here.
Okay.
he does get trolled.
All right, now they're
Looks like
both on
Baz is
part
on the
part
second
2.
part.
All right, now it's just gotcha from here.
Yep.
Xenoblade 2, anyone?
So, place your bets. Who do you think is gonna get it first, Baz or Tyler? I'm on Team Agnes all the way. Let's go, Tyler.
Well, I'm Team Cavs then. I see a lot of Lancelot gear.
Oh wow!
I love how we're synced now. We are actually synced.
Incredible, incredible.
Amazing.
So they're hoping
Hey,
for.
there we go.
I think Tyler got it.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm a little bit behind then. Yeah.
Right. So I think, I don't know. I haven't particularly played this category with this route, yet. I've done this category, but an older route of it. So I actually don't have any frame of reference for how long it usually should take. But I want to say that's probably fair, as long as both of them are gonna get it, which I wasn't looking at Baz's screen yet.
I think they both got it faster than average.
Oh, and Baz. Oh
At
man.
at least the chest. Yeah, we're not sure about the weapon.
Yeah, okay, they definitely get trolled there.
Yeah,
So
I
they're
think they're
both-
looking for a pike. Is that correct?
Yeah, Empire Pike, but
Yeah, which
there's
is what
another
Tyler got.
weapon that they would suffice with, so to say. It's a little bit less strong, but doesn't have to be.
Yeah. Empire Pike or Titan Garter is the weapon. And I forget. I don't know if these Gogos can also drop a weapon for Dunban, or if that's a different Gogo entirely.
It might be from a gold chest as well, or there might be a different type of gongol. Yeah, because there's different types as well around this area of the game.
Yeah,
Slav
but that would be a
Gogol,
weapon for
so-
Dunban whenever we eventually get him in the route. But the main thing is for Ryan, since Ryan has one of the strongest arts in the game, Sword Drive, which is we learn it at 17, level 18, I believe. And in a
Yeah,
chain attack,
something around
that
there.
does monstrous damage.
Mhm.
So it makes sense to have Empire Pike on him. And oh man, Baz, oh Jesus. Game is being real mean to Baz right now.
Yeah. What are the chances of that Empire Pike appearing in that, by the way? Do we have the numbers for that? I'm pretty sure we do.
The actual percentage, I can go on the wiki right now and look it up. Just looking at the guide and looking at it, it says a 1/3 chance.
The wiki
wait,
is
wait,
really
wait,
good.
never mind.
Indeed.
That's wrong.
Wiki
says that
tends to
1/3
be, yeah, not the greatest place for it. We have our own, like,
6.4%.
yeah.
And I think it would be similar-ish chances to get the other one as well.
No way.
Anyway, time to look at the other screen. The Mechon M71 is also another nasty... Oh, we got the bike. It's another nasty boss. You don't have to completely kill it, just... What is it? 80%? No, 50%.
Yeah, to get it
50%.
down 50%, then you have the second phase at the top.
We also got a new Monado ability on Chalk, Monado Agility, or Monado Speed, I mean.
Speed,
That
Yes,
grants,
yeah.
that grants like 50 plus agility. And I don't really think that's actually ever relevant to the run.
No.
It's just a cool ability, I guess.
Yeah, it's useful for normal mode runs, I would think, because of you need more agility or the ability to dodge stuff.
And the strat is basically the same here. Either Monado enchant, and or topple the Mechon and just go for a high chain damage. Later, when Dunban joins the party, however,
Oh, did Tyler
Chain
mean to
damage?
cancel that chain link? I guess that would make sense, since Charlotte can't really chain multiplier well into the other characters.
indeed,
So Tyler's gonna re-enchant so that they can hit the Mechon. And it's looking pretty steady for Tyler. Oh, what is Baz doing?
Bass was fighting the enemy for a bit to get some talent art, so you could start with
Yeah.
Monado
Oh,
enchant.
okay.
Develop
just looking-
chain attack meter.
Yeah, I was
stuff,
just
but
looking over at his
yeah.
screen. And I was like, what is he doing?
Tyler did the same thing.
Yeah, he did that the same thing earlier. And we do stuff like that in Feature Connected as well.
I'll just wait until later when we get Ricky.
Oh yeah, Ricky. Yeah, best hero con.
So this mysterious face fight is another, I guess you'd say, quote-unquote scripted fight where we don't really actually have to kill it. The main thing we do here is just attack to get our talent gauge up for the next fight we have.
Yeah, and then you just wait until he decides to bop you. Or mainly Juju, mainly. Because he decides to kidnap Juju, and now we have to go to the Ether mine to save him. But I did get my caves right this time.
Here comes M71 phase 2 for Bass. Without a doubt, he'll ace it. It is interesting that Bass actually does allow Charla to partake in the chain attack. Even though she does not have a multiplier in her attack.
I think Baz missed the burst affinity, which is unfortunate. Because burst affinity just makes your chain like get that increase a lot faster. Like it just fills it up instantly. Well, not instantly, but it just fills it up faster. Oh, it used generator power. It actually increased this level. I forgot it does that. Oh no.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, it just
Oh.
like became a yellow tag to a red tag enemy.
And he did it. GG. And while that is out of the way, hey, you're watching the Xenoblade Chronicles series community relay race. That's a lot of words, I know. Currently watching Bass versus it's Tyler racing Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition with Xenoblade Chronicles 3 coming up right after this run in about, let's say, 4 hours. Team Kevis on the left, Team Agnes on the right.
Yeah, Agnes is about to enter the Ether Mine, which is a rather infamous area for pretty much nearly all the categories of this has been ran.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like tough boss fights. There's just also, you know, platforming you have to do. There's just a lot in this area that you have to execute correctly or get lucky in, or both. And this is like a thing for like all categories as well, not even New Game Plus. Which yeah, I definitely have experience with that in the original
Yeah.
game.
For a while, there's a pretty cool skip coming up in the, I would say second half, but mostly second area. And at least for New Game Plus, there's a new kind of skip, a fishing skip, where you would drop all the way to the bottom instead of just one layer. But I don't know if that's relevant in New Game. We're gonna see. Right now, Tyler just went to the first secret area of the game, the Glowmoss Lake, which gives a lot of bonus experience.
Yeah, secret areas is yeah. Yeah,
Also
secret
in
areas
the-
are just like really nice to get.
Also in the previous menu, we bought 2 pelt caps as a general equipment upgrade. I believe they're slotted. And we also picked up an extra art book, which allows us to upgrade our arts a little bit more. The particular one he got from the previous Knock-On shop on Tyler's side, and which Baz will do soon momentarily, was Berserker, which furthermore makes Ryan like such a force to be reckoned with, because it's gonna increase the damage he does, physical damage he does, by like 75%.
Ryan is an absolute powerhouse with Berserker and Makna charge later on.
All right. So this fight here looks like Tyler started off with Monado Enchant, and he's pretty much lining it up to where Monado Buster hits all the enemies here.
I guess was that really unfortunate miss? Yeah, I guess so. But Monado Enchant basically allows physical attackers to be able to damage Mechon. And it's actually gone buffed from the previous game. You actually do a little bit of bonus damage to the Mechon in DE, but you don't have that in the original game. So it's actually a bit more enticing to use Monado Enchant. It also lasts a long time. Like a minute and a half or something like that. I can't remember exactly how long enchant lasts. But it
Not
lasts
sure
a while.
what the base one does. It's definitely long enough. there are only a few fights where you need to like do 2 Monado enchants. But they're definitely upgrading it throughout the run just a little bit.
Hopefully these enemies do aggro off Tyler. Unfortunately, they did not.
Not quick enough, so now he has to like sit here and wait until it happens.
Yeah, so they de-aggro. I thought they were off him, but they're still on him.
Oh, I don't think he's supposed to wait there. Usually there's like a little. Oh, I guess that's fine. In my mind, I was thinking usually when that happens, there's a little edge you can go further off.
Yeah, I thought
Then
so
come back.
too. But you can't really like, oh, not really, not like drop off the edge, but mainly like go to in this edge to get yourself as far away as possible from them. I think you got
Yeah.
spoiled by the UM there, by the way. There's a unique monster up there. But luckily, there's a cutscene coming up. When usually when you go into cutscenes, you don't get followed by enemies anymore.
Impressive Dalton.
Nope. I guess to give a little context to the two runners, Tyler is a NG Plus runner for the longest time, and then he started running this category. And Baz, I believe, came out of nowhere really. So what's interesting, what's funny is like usually this category probably was never ever going to be run until one day Baz and one of his friends were doing it, and we're like, oh, hey, they're doing this category because usually I would say casual mode or easy mode kind of has like the stipulation that it's a main category or not easy. But I think it just goes to show you that when you put in the work, like Baz and Tyler has done, you can make the category like pretty interesting and respectful. Somebody just has to lay out the work. So I just have to give my flowers to both of them for doing that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wouldn't say that
actually, to point out
this
what they
categ-
just did, they did some platforming on that little lamp there, which is kind of
Yeah,
it's a little bit tight.
we'll go over
But
it
yeah.
once Baz gets there.
Yeah,
As nothing too interesting happens on Tyler's screen for a little bit. There are some difficult fights, but nothing too difficult. Yeah,
it
it's
was like Baz is getting a better fight. I think he like busted like 3 of them at the same time.
2 at most, I think. I'm relatively new in the community, so I really don't have any sense of like what the history is for whatever category. But coming in, I've only ran this category like 4 or 5 times, but I do think that it's a pretty stellar category. There's not a lot of grinding other than Gogols, but that's different. That is a different goal. I think it's a pretty straightforward run to the end and be really good at what you do. So if this really was considered a meme category, then definitely hats off to the team that did it.
I mean, I also think like having the game patch also helped with this category's like popularity as well, because or casual mode really, because of
Yeah,
normal mode
casual mode.
does not become a feasible a nice speed run to do because it's like 9 hours long. So,
Yeah, I know we have one runner in the community who actively runs normal mode.
Shout out to Cardis.
Shout out to Cardis.
So it
oh
looks
yeah,
like
so these are force fights here for Tyler. There is a way to skip them in the original game where you can like clip through the wall. Because on 50
Oh.
hertz, because you can run fast enough to get through it. But yeah, this is it's not a thing in Definitive Edition, unfortunately, because 50 hertz does not exist.
They're kind of like mini bosses, and in a little bit you have to fight 2 of them in a row. Oh,
all right. So yeah, so I'm not actually familiar with what the skip Baz is about to do, but meanwhile, while you see Tyler
Yeah,
fighting,
he's trying to get a vision. That's what's happening, I think.
yeah.
while you see
I'm
Tyler fighting all these monsters or these Mechon, Baz is probably just gonna straight up skip it, getting this vision, and that vision should, ideally when he gets it, should be able to negate any fall damage. I believe he's gonna fall off a cliff.
Exactly, but
Yeah.
the skip
Straight
is
to the-
extremely tight.
Straight to the
he's-
story trigger all the way down
Yeah.
at the bottom.
So these enemies are being rid of so that they're not in the way. It's really stupid. Oh, casual mode gets turned off. Oh, fun, fun. So the idea is that either
Are you even
Ryan,
allowed to do that in this category?
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
you
pretty
should.
sure. I don't see why not. I mean,
The other way
as long
around
as
should
you're
be
not doing
forbidden.
normal mode and going in casual mode.
Indeed.
Hmm.
So he's definitely like debuffing and just nerfing both Ryan and Charla so that they're both able to get visions like easier. Baz is doing some really funky stuff. Unequipping arts. I am impressed. So hopefully one of them gets the aggro. That didn't start well. Or,
They got the vision too early.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, if Bats can get this off at the correct time, this could definitely equalize the current race and make up for the bad RNG Baz got.
Yeah. In New Game
Yeah,
Plus,
but
this already is a 2+ minutes time save. In New Game, this could definitely become like 5 minutes since the fights that Tyler is doing right now, they can be skipped. At least one of them. Okay, I think this is what Bass wants.
no, you
But
want
it's
to be
not.
off the edge by the time you get the vision. Yeah.
All right,
So
so
he's not gonna make up that time. Yeah. Tyler's gonna
Well, you don't have to
finish
be
up.
off the edge for that. You just want Ryan to be able to survive. I think they want that Charla gets the aggro as well as the vision, since she can at least withstand one hit, and then for the second vision you have to be on the bottom. So Charla, that's good, and this hit will kill her. So I think he goes for it. He goes for it.
Yeah, although Baz is still gonna be behind, but obviously not by a lot, I think.
yeah. So now in the Zord fight here, the main idea with this fight is since he's a face Mechon, we can only damage him in a chain attack for right now. So
Yeah, it looks like he has got it though, by the way.
That is really
So he made up a
impressive.
lot of time, but he's not gonna be ahead. Because he failed it a few times.
all right, so in this chain attack, we're going to topple the Zord, and ideally we get a chain link. Or ooh, wait, I'm not actually sure what Tyler is doing. I think he made a mistake.
Yeah, he
And for
forgot
some
to
reason
level
wasn't
back
able
up
to
as well.
topple these
Baz,
Zords. So
yeah, Baz forgot to level back up and turn on casual mode.
That's completely fair.
Yeah. I know it's very exciting to get the trick, but you gotta reset yourself back up.
wait, so where does he spawn at? Oh, okay. He still
Yeah, he
spawns
got the
right before the
landmark there.
boss.
There's a landmark at the bottom of the elevator, so yeah.
For a second, I was thinking, oh no, is he gonna have to do the whole trick again?
No, he doesn't have to. Which is fortunate.
All right, so it looks like I don't know what that camera jerk right there that Tyler did. Maybe that's indicating this fight just isn't going his way. But with this chain attack, it should be fine now.
Yeah, you
So
don't need to
ideally with
defeat.
toppling him, and then this. Oh, why didn't Charla?
Oh, she was toppled, maybe.
Yeah, you can't do. So when your party is toppled, you can't really do much. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Oh no! What's happened
not
to
the
Baz?
controller.
Oh no! You gotta hate that. That's very unfortunate. Oh no.
In a different game, I've seen a world record pace. Get skills like this. The good thing about this sword fight is it's extremely difficult. He's extremely strong, and you only have to like deal 30% of his damage off him to end it. And since he did the skip and died,
I think
Now
Tyler
it's the-
misses the cycle, and you can't save load here because it's disabled after that sword fight.
yeah, they'll only lose your time even.
No, you can't save load here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can't. That's true.
Yeah, saving is disabled at this point of the game. Oh, that's very interesting, actually. Anyway, so we're gonna fight the fight swords for the final time. He's been weakened by the Ether River that he just fell in. Very unfortunate for Zord, since now everyone can now hurt him. So the fight is a lot easier than the previous fight. You only use
Also-
Monado and Chant, and everyone is able to hurt him.
Also, it doesn't have a lot of ads on him, so that's good.
Yeah, can't summon any more ads.
All right, so closer to the end of this Zord 2 fight, he's gonna want to save Monado because there's gonna be immediately after this fight, there's gonna be a new fight where we're gonna want to have Monado up to enchant again, and we're also gonna get a new party member in that fight. We're gonna get Dunban, and he's gonna take over Charlotte's spot because physical damage is straight up better what we need, and we don't really have a use for Charlotte because Dunban overall is just gonna synergize much better with Ryan and Shulk.
Another cool thing that Dunman comes with is he gets an anti-Mechon sword, so he can by default just attack Mechon. That won't be too interesting, since we still have the Monado and Shant for Ryan anyways. And another really cool thing that becomes available now is so Leon actually mentioned that with every step by using the same color art that you get a damage multiplier in chain attacks. Well, for that reason, Ryan actually gets put into the first spot because he has the strongest attack in the game, Sword Drive, or will get it. I don't know if he has it already. But the idea is to have Sword Drive last, so that does the most amount of damage. And with it being one of the strongest attacks in the game, that'll just be so overpowered.
Sorry, I think I noticed the chart ran out for Baz, which is really unfortunate. He just missed out on the damage with Sword Drive on Sword. Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Baz.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Got it the second time though.
That was a
I
clean
believe
fight
Tyler has
for,
finished the unfinished battle. Sad that that music only plays once in the game and only during the cutscene.
Yeah. I hate that as well.
Also, it looks like Tyler got a vision with the collectible there.
Yeah,
It's a turtle.
the game is also for an equal race.
But yeah, now we're making our way to Satorl Marsh, which is along the back of the bionis. And so basically, Shulk had a vision after that unfinished battle fight where he saw like pretty much the head of the bionis and the ability to take out Metal Face, which is was the the Mechon that killed Fiora. So he's determined to get to the head of the bionis and make that vision actually come true this time. Most of the time, he's been wanting to make those visions not happen. I think throughout the games, this is like the first vision that he wants to make happen because of that sort of news to find out that Millface does have a weakness of sorts.
I'll make you pay for what you did to Fiora and the Emperor.
And Mumkar kind of, I would say, kind of encourages. He's like, "Oh, well, that sounds like Prison Island. You should definitely go there."
Not Mumkar, Dixon.
Or Dixon, yeah.
Yes. Oh, it looks like Bat's got the same vision as well. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
That turtle's pretty rare to pick up too, so it's just kind of funny they both picked it up.
In the
It's a
current
6-second.
area,
Yeah.
Satorl Marsh. Satorl Marsh is a pretty laid back area. Really, what they're going to be doing here is, you may see them go out of their way to collect certain red items. Those are quest items. That's because at the end of this area, we're going to have to turn in certain stones to activate our next some stairs, essentially. And also in that previous shop they did there, I believe Tyler just got some beach bagels, which have agility 2 on them, and we can never ever get enough agility. It's like such an important stat.
Yeah, it's
Especially
probably
when
the
we're
most
being under
important stat
level.
in the game. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And some books for Dunman. I believe for both his attacking stats as well as Peerless. I'm not sure about... Actually, I have a guide here.
Yeah, Gale / Peerless, Worldly / and Steel Strike.
Steel Strike,
Um,
yeah, that's the... Sorry, that's the topple one.
Yeah, so thing about Dunban is he can mainly how he operates is with Gale Slash. You can do Gale Slash enables other arts to do bonus effects. So, let's say Worldly Slash. If you perform a Worldly Slash after Gale Slash, that will inflict physical defense down on an enemy, and that is very important for Rhine since he's all about physical damage. And he also has a buff known as Peerless, which is an AoE party-wide buff and increase the strength of all party members, as well as other useful utility arts such as Steel Strike and Thunder, stuff like that later on. But yeah, right now it's kind of laid back here. Not really much I would say there is to talk about, other
I mean,
than
there's one small thing that can happen. There's this random group of level 80 Ferris, I think they're called, the lion enemies.
Yeah, they
And-
appear in the fog.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I know. Yeah, so even the New Game Plus, they completely body you, because Shulk is a very squishy character to have as the lead.
He
'Cause,
is...
Yeah.
Rhine is the dedicated tank, and Shulk is what's known as a glass cannon. He's really strong, but really squishy.
Yeah. Dunban is a dodge tank.
Agility tanks are the best.
So as long as it's not foggy, it's like safe to just run through the area. If it is foggy, that unique monster Ferris is going to appear, and you'll have a bad time.
I mean, there are more level 80 enemies or Ferrises walking around here, but they are not hostile, meaning that if they see you, that they're just go on their way.
Yeah. There's also some enemies that can pick up you based on sound as well, and sound means that if you're running fast, like at full speed, they'll pick you up, but if you're walking, they won't.
Yeah,
So
that'll
that's
become
why-
really important in the next cave that we're going into.
Hmm.
So Tyler is getting the first out of the 4 red items.
Yeah, this is probably might be the hardest one to pick up because there's a unique monster next to it, and you want to try to be really stealthy, and you want to keep an eye on the unique monster's movement.
Yeah. This is also really tricky in New Game Plus, even.
Yeah, even with you know, with the goodness, Earth Gem. That's right, Earth Collect Gem, which reduces detection from ground enemies.
Oh, Laird swapped Dunman's Tree to Prudence, which is to get Sustained Spirit, and mainly Sustained Spirit as a skill which increases auras by 10%. So that's going to be used for Ryan and Dunman with the Peerless and
Oh, this is really
Berserker buff.
unfortunate.
Yeah,
Tyler.
Tyler
Sorry.
got. Tyler got
Oh.
some really bad luck. He got hurt by one of the, not the keys,
Yeah, this-
the bats.
Yeah, and then he's gotten spotted by the level 82 monster, which means he's probably gonna die. Yeah. Very unfortunate.
Meaning that there's currently another lead change.
Yeah, there is now. Yeah, Baz is now currently ahead.
No, no, no. That wasn't supposed to go according to the script. No. Oh, I'm not mute. Oops.
Silly goose.
They didn't hear that.
Did he get spotted by another high level monster again?
Oh,
He
it looks
did,
like
he did.
the same thing is happening to. Oh no, can Baz kill this guy?
Level
Probably.
Baz
26.
can. Then
Should
this
be
Rogel
possible.
is much weaker. I think
so
he's in a better spot. I can't tell if that enemy Okay, the enemy has lost aggro. Good.
All right, so both teams are fighting
up Baz on
just to get this
Tyler.
last orb.
Oh
They
my
could
goodness.
also. Yeah.
Yeah, this seems like a bit of a mess. But,
Very.
This is not
Yeah.
supposed to happen, but it's also really difficult to like be
Yeah.
here alive since the poison that you're walking through also gradually damages you.
Yeah, also it looks like Tala is now out of that, so another lead change. Yeah,
Ooh, big sword drive damage.
but it is very close. It's like less than a minute between both teams now. Also, so this jumping method, so it's only faster in Definitive Edition, I believe. And it was like, so I think it was Sonic spotted it through Spike Vegeta's stream of all things. So yeah, that's why that movement exists. So yeah, that's why we're jumping up this river.
Oh, it was confirmed faster that the jumping is faster than
Yes.
walking. Ah,
Yeah, for Definitive Edition, yeah.
that's something I've always just didn't really know.
The Wii is just a hot mess with speeds.
This jumping is so ridiculous. It's great.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, it's pretty amazing. Like, they're definitely less than a minute, maybe 30 seconds.
Mhm. So we're
Anyway.
actually passing the story trigger where we're supposed to go to because we have to get one last or two other red orbs before we can actually proceed with the story.
Yeah, and then
Which
this
is why
the
you
case that
see
we
us.
were talking about earlier with all of these fangs. These bat enemies are called that
Yeah,
can
so-
hear you.
Yeah, so Tyler is walking past them in order to not get bothered by them. And I believe Baz might be doing the same. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Hopefully they're both underleveled for this. They're at
Yeah.
least Is that 7 levels?
Oh no, Baz got detected. Hopefully he
Well,
can de-aggro them off him.
I think he'll de-aggro one of them, and the other one he has to fight. I think that's how it goes.
Looks like he has to fight them both. That's very
Oh,
unfortunate.
okay.
Anyway, looks like... Is there a willful jump in this version of the game? I'm not familiar.
Those words don't sound familiar.
Because Tyler has passed that point. I didn't even see it.
Let's focus our efforts. Roger. Not a problem.
I guess... Oh, yeah, it looks like the
Oh, the waterfall jump.
rocks-
Yeah, it's there. I just don't know how to do it.
I mean, I'm not sure if it is part of this game, that's all. I know it's part of the original game. It's done differently, okay, yeah. But this is really close, oh my god, goodness, it's just like... I didn't think the Definitive Edition would be the game where we will be having this close race.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
And that's when Bass was actually running 100% a few times in the last weeks. So he's really good in reading the guides that Tyler wrote, actually.
Yeah, anyway, so Tyler is going to activate the stairs here, but he has to fight a guardian first in order to climb those stairs.
Let's focus our efforts. Understood. I'm on it. Gale slash.
Yeah, we want to... The party now wants to stay relatively close to Dunban for when he procs Peerless, which... When you focus attacks, giving that command, Dunban should always use Peerless at the start of the fight, and as long as you're in that range, you will get the strength buff.
Yeah, unlike Ryan's Berserker, Peerless actually affects the entire party. That's the difference between them both.
Alright, pretty simple, easy fight.
In New Game Plus, this is maybe the first fight that you don't do in one hit.
Yeah.
So this is where the game kind of picks up and, oh, you actually got to do stuff.
Interestingly, on this platform we're about to scale up, in the original patch, there would be another application of the vine glitch that's used. You'll be able to clip into a certain room and get a set of glory armor. That's useful, but unfortunately, since they patched that out, it can't be done in this patch. But it's interesting to mention for sure.
It looks like Tyler was just checking skill trees because it's very important to switch them at the right time. Otherwise, you miss out on experience on the skill tree that you want to progress down.
Yeah, I believe the next skill tree change that's done on the route is done after metal phase, and that would be to Shulk's intuition tree. And I believe Ryan's bravery tree. There's a swap sometime around there.
So mad that they're both climbing the statue at the same time.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible.
I'm just waiting for something to shake up. It's kind of... I mean, I guess it's kind of cool that they're so close, but let's see something shake up. Like,
I mean, we did see Baz do the Aethermine skip, which is an incredibly hard trick to do. Like, no doubt about it. That was a bit of a shake-up.
That's fair.
Plus the what are they called? The Telethia fight is soon.
Soon-ish. Yeah, it's actually at the end of the Makna Forest section.
I
Oh,
was actually
so we're-
talking about the fight after, like, the first fight.
Oh, first fight. Are we? I'm confused with what the splits are doing. Anyway, oh, we're not talking about the splits. I'm just like thinking about the splits because there is a Telethia in the last.
No, I'm talking about the one with Elvis.
Oh
no
right,
worries.
yeah. Oh yeah, so we're inside the bionis now. It looks pretty, disgusting, as you may expect, being inside of a living being. And we're just using this. I'm not sure what it is. Lung, stomach acid. To boost ourselves up to the next floor and go to the next area of the game, which is Makna Forest.
It's an interesting area to say the least.
Oh yeah.
You can actually,
We'll be
yeah, you
coming
can
back
actually
to
see.
that later.
Yeah, I think you can see the heart from those lung windows.
We can, yes. So we're in Makna Forest, and yeah, we see a cutscene of I guess a fan favorite character, and then we're gonna go check out the area, I guess. Makna Forest is really interesting though, because I remember like in my casual playthrough, finding that unique monster that only shows up in the heat is like really annoying.
Also in Makna, never mind, that's later. But there's a part of Makna Forest called Frontier Village that we're gonna get to, and that's also when collectibles are gonna be a little bit more relevant with what we want there. But for now, actually, what Tyler's gonna come up here and do is, I believe he should be dropping off this cliff here. He's not gonna cross the bridge just yet because there's gonna be a little water ether deposit. We're gonna be skip traveling back to like within like 2-3 minutes later. Due to
Yeah,
the
I
storm
believe
section.
this.
Oh, he's not actually doing that. Okay.
He's just getting the
Okay.
Agni and then drop down later.
Drop
And
down
other
later,
movement, in other movement rounds, that's a movement path they do. But the reason we're going to be dropping down there is because we're going to be coming up on a new main character, Melia. She's just going to be lying there. So the whole party's like, oh, well, we need to go get some water crystals for her to heal her or whatever. Or that's what Charlotte suggests. And
Yeah,
then
like like some sort of ether dehydration, which also happens in Future Connected, which we didn't really touch on. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that leads Shulk to going by himself to the water ether deposit, and stuff will happen there.
Oh, I'm guessing Baz is actually doing the other movement. Oh, he almost missed the landmark though. That would be very bad.
That would be. It is
yeah.
really interesting that, or not that interesting, but Tyler's also doing a lot of movement to make sure that he doesn't get spotted by the dinos or the ferrets that just hang around.
Yep. It's like Tyler got a vision of the kelp mushroom, which are pretty common, so I would expect Baz to get a vision regarding those as well.
I believe in previous routes they would actually take a detour up to a secret area. The name of it escapes me at the moment, but before even talking to Melia, they would go up to the secret area that views the waterfall and everything. And on the way, they would also get more agility ether deposit there. But it looks like that's been cut out with a more optimized experience route they're doing. Oh, and I actually don't know about this movement they do here, where they're actually going alongside the cliff. I didn't know that was faster. Usually I thought they just straight up drop from Agni tablet into the water, but I guess it cuts down on a lot of swimming because running is faster than
It
swimming.
cuts down a little bit of swimming. I'm not entirely sure whether that's faster or not.
What they're trying to do is dive less
Yeah.
deep or something, so that
Yeah,
they
the
can like
physics- yeah,
resurface
the
earlier.
Yeah, the physics may have a different effect in D than it does in the original game. So that's always possible. Anyway, we got Monado Purge now, so we're able to get rid of Soul Reed, which is helps the Telethia dodge.
Basically, got a really high agility or a agility defense.
Yeah, they can dodge tank. And yes, we have Albus in the party. And
Albus
Oh,
is
yeah,
a good
he's-
guy.
He is. Can't imagine my life without Elvis.
Surprisingly, he knows how to use the Monado, and he ends up teaching us Monado Purge, which is an interesting development in the story, and just leaves further questions for Shulk.
I mean, we have further questions right now regarding
Yeah,
Albus.
that's a little meta play right
I
there
love
only.
necklace.
All right, well, that was a nice place. I think in previous routes, I don't know if it was exclusive to normal mode or casual mode. I believe when Legrand was routing this category, or I don't know if it was this category or pre-patch casual mode with level 50, but there was thoughts of maybe having to swap to normal mode here as well, because the ignoring the casual modifiers actually would work against you for that particular fight because of Soul Reed.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't remember the details about it, but I figured it was something interesting to note. Yeah, so now we have Melia in our party.
Yay.
She tells us her story about I forget why they were out here in the first place, but a lot of her soldiers or her comrades died, and now we're just gonna go to Frontier Village to sort out a whole lot of things. Which Frontier Village has a lot of creatures called Napon, which are like 2 foot tall or 1 foot tall, like little fat brown birds.
Beach balls.
And, yeah,
I
they're
love birds.
they're fun. They're fun. They're very fun.
Yeah, you can play volleyball with them. Maybe not with the Xenoblade 2 one, Sora. He's a little bit too big for that.
I'm getting confirmation from other sources that the turning off the casual mode to do normal mode on those Telethias were indeed for an older version of their own, on an older patch.
That is fair.
So while we're in Frontier Village, I think I mentioned earlier a lot of collectibles that would be nice to get for them, kind of resurface up, or if we can get collectibles, it'd be nice to do so in Frontier Village.
They're
Being
both
that
going
we,
to try and complete the Collectopedia, but there's only 6 items.
yeah, one of them will give strength up, another will give agility, which I guess getting the agility would make up for or invalidate having to get that one ether deposit that I mentioned was in a previous route, and I'm not sure if they get the other one, the weapon power.
Oh,
Gem.
looks like Tyler is trading for aerial cloak. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's really important in the next chapter. Or the one after that, or both. There's 3 chapters in RFC, I keep forgetting that.
But yeah, Frontier Village is a very vertical area, so ideally it's actually pretty easy to, you know, especially in New Game Plus, to actually drop down because you're running so fast up the area. So you have to be a bit cautious about your movement. But you also are collecting a lot of landmarks, locations, and all that stuff.
Alright, so essentially they are climbing up this huge tower or inner tree to talk to Melia about stuff. And what's kind of important before they talk to Melia is they really want to get a landmark known as Chief's Residence, STO, before talking to Melia, as that'll save them repeating all this walking they do here. Which, there we go. Tyler tagged it right there.
Yeah, it's very important to grab the Chase Restaurant's landmark.
Very easy to miss as well.
Mm-hmm. Is he gonna jump down? No, of course not. I was just like, why are you moving? It's just like, okay, you're collecting the other landmark.
Now in this
Yeah,
category, they
proximate.
actually go up all the way just to get the item orbs that are there.
Yeah. I mean, old routes. The old times I used to like New Game Plus. Before optimizing the run, I used to just jump down for fun. But yeah, that is pretty slow. Also, there's a lot of collectibles up in this the very top area of the tree. Oh, there's a vision.
Oh, spicy nut, I believe, is one of the items they need.
Spicy nut, yep.
And we get there's the iconic cutscene that they skip getting Ricky introducing Ricky.
Yeah, where they-
He is the town's hero pawn. Although the only reason why he is a hero is because he needs to repay his debts to the town, and he also has like 12 kids, and
Crazy.
including what we found out in Future Connected. One of them is adopted, so
Oh, really?
yeah, he's actually quite a friendly guy, but also he's in debt, so he has to repay
Okay,
the town.
I guess the longest menu in the game is happening now. So
Oh,
almost
wow, yeah.
everyone gets a skill tree change. A lot of things getting, arts getting leveled up, things getting equipped, and for the first time ever, skillings being divided, where one character, depending on how much affinity they have, they can get another skill from, or a skill from another player, which becomes really important to get the speed from Ricky, or Fiora, the strength from one of those, and some other.
Fiora. Oh.
No, Fiora's that.
Yeah, so I guess mainly with Shulk, we're giving him a lot of, I guess, HP defensive stuff, as well as like Sun ability from Ricky, which increases damage done during daytime, which is gonna be important for a lot of fights here. Dunban, we give him also battle character and like Sun. Melia, we have to give her an ability or a skill that enables her to equip medium equipment, and that's going to be relevant for some Melia only sections later on in the run, particularly with those infantry boots that have the quick speed, because we're not just going to give her any speed up skills or equipment like that, other than the infantry boots. We also swapped their skill trees a little bit with Ricky and Melia. Melia is on left, which I believe is only just to get an agility skill with her, and Ricky's on the left as well, which his skill tree is either to get that speed ability, or it's something else, I believe, that's important. I think it's to increase more money. There's a skill also unique on him that increases the money, which, as I've mentioned earlier, there's kind of a crunch point during the middle of the run where they have to need X amount of money to ensure they can buy everything else they need. But yeah, as far as that, like Rikel said, they're doing a whole bunch of arts upgrades. I guess one particular art we can talk about, particularly on Ricky, that is quite substantial to the run, is the art Happy Happy, which essentially how it works is when you are high tension with Ricky, it'll give you about a substantial amount of party gauge
40,
for free.
45.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So the idea with a lot of fights is we are going to prepare for fights by get entering fights with max chain gauge to have a strong start on fights and then go from there. And also right now what we're doing in the story is Melly was like, oh, can you help me kill this Liam Telethia because they killed my comrades and whatnot, and if you do that for me, I'm gonna show you how to get to Prison Island.
Because obviously Prison Island is where you want to go. Yeah. Another thing that Tyler really quickly did is complete the Collectipedia, from which he got 3 gems. I think strength up to, weapon power to, and I forgot the last one.
Agility.
Possibly agility. And by completing it, you get a better weapon for Dunman, the Half-Bloom Striker. I only remember weapon power.
Oh, it is a weapon. Oh,
Yeah, so what weapon power does, it makes the effects more likely to happen. So, for example, if you have physical defense down as your ability, it makes it more likely to happen, depending on how great the effect of the weapon power is. Which is nice to have.
So here is where we'll see Ricky in action, and the only reason why Ricky is part of our gang. He can do happy 3 times real quick. The only caveat is that you need to have a perfect what's the word for it?
If, yeah.
It's not affinity burst.
Yeah, it's not affinity burst, it's just like...
Whatever the quick time event is at the start, you need to do that perfectly, or you don't have enough affinity or attention to actually do the happy.
Battle Star Affinity, yeah. Okay, that's what's cool, yeah.
They'll start affinity, thanks.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
This comes to my head.
So Tyler is currently in the first phase of the Telethia fight. And the goal is not to actually destroy it, but to get like 50%-ish health. After that, it will do soul reads, making it very difficult to hit. And after that, we're going to phase 2.
And then Super Aura is the move that actually finishes that part of the fight, yeah. Yeah, so I think what's interesting in this version of the game is that, so if you have Melia in the party, you won't get, you have to actually equip, we call Mind Blast. That's like a kind of a weird thing in Definitive Edition, while in the original game, you actually don't have to, it's automatically equipped. But that's just a thing for casual players, but for here, it doesn't really matter, you don't have Melia in the party. But it's just a thing to point out.
Alright, it looks like this fight went pretty well for Tyler. I guess one of the main bad things that can happen is him getting off Super Aura, which would allow the Telethia to start regenerating health. But because we purged it, we're good. And now here's another shop. A lot of these shops, what we mainly buy is going to be agility equipment, and pretty sure he needs around 38,000 gold, or I guess he's just going to sell everything he needs, but the amount of money he needs for this particular shop is around 38,000. So he's going to buy some school shoes and 2 light leggings, which, of course, give the agility. And then after that's done, we're gonna make our way to ARFC to eventually get to Prison Island, like mentioned in Shulk's vision.
Oh, I think Baz is missing a few of those Battlestar affinities, which is very unfortunate.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Oh no, did you get spoiled by the dinosaur?
Oh, that's the wrong one, yeah. So you do want to get spotted to keep your your battle gauge or party gauge from not dropping.
You don't want to get spoiled by the big boy though.
Yeah, no, that guy's level 90 plus.
It's level 98, yeah. It's nearly capped level.
Yeah. Oh, he got his health back. That's good, at least.
Yeah, that's a relief. Okay, thank goodness. But yeah, Tyler's now in RFC, which is absolutely beautiful in this version of the game. Like, they really went out of their way to make RFC look incredible.
For sure. It's a big difference with the OG version.
Hmm.
Something small to note is that now that Tyler sold all of his trading fodder, he does need to get a little bit more since he needs to trade some other things later on in this chapter. I keep forgetting what it is. Oh, for physical defense down 3 gems.
It looks like Baz is having a good fight. Oh,
Oh,
well, never
not
mind.
not the worst. Not the worst. Just
Not the
I-
worst, but yeah, need an extra purge. And that's going to take Telethia for both players now.
And now we actually know that there's a difference of 3 minutes between the two of them. Which is still really respectable, seeing how long we've been going on for 12 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, is Tyler going towards the area to get the landmark initially? I think that's what's happening right now.
The
before,
Sierra Lighthouse. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
that...
the lighthouse.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh,
He
you
got
got
Wow,
toppled.
that's kind of crazy. I've never seen that before. Is he
Yeah,
gonna die?
That's a possibility if he stays out for too long. Oh, did the Oh, is the Nebula actually attacking him?
Oh my god.
I hope not.
Uh,
'Cause- Oh, he's slowed down by something.
goodbye,
Like, look at his movement. He's
yeah.
he's slowed down.
This is
The-
new.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. He may have probably took a more like direct line to it.
No. Yeah. Well, no, he was trying
Or-
to get a collectible, but then he got spotted by a few enemies, and then he got toppled.
Oh.
No,
Incredibly unlucky.
'Cause I think
yeah.
like when you walk there, you're usually on the edge. Just a little bit.
I think he actually did not go for that, since he knew that the burst would be there.
Well, yeah, he decided to retreat away, but he got spotted anyway. So yeah.
These bursts, especially on this island, are actually the reason why he got the not Earth Cloak, but like Air Cloak.
Did he equip it?
For that, not yet. I think he might do that soon.
Yeah,
But that's definitely the reason why they bought them for the route.
Mm-hmm.
It's called
Yeah, it looks like he didn't equip them. Yeah.
Aerial Cloak. Close enough.
Yeah, he didn't equip the arrow cloaks. So
Oh, doesn't Aerial Cloak also come into play later on in Sword Valley? I'm pretty sure.
yes, I
Yeah.
believe so.
For a little bit.
So once he gets this landmark, yeah, I don't know if he's gonna skip travel yet or go in. We will come
Okay.
here later for a quest, and then a little bit in the next chapter to buy certain weapons and equipment. I think that's when the shop actually unlocks up in there. But for now, once we go into Alchemoth, we're gonna have a little cutscene, and then we're gonna do a little mini quest that requires us to go to Sirath Lighthouse. So might as well pick it up before we enter. So yay! Now we get to play as Melia.
Best character.
Cinnamon roll.
Not really much to say here. We're just kind of walking and gonna talk to our dad to let us explain why Shulk having the Monado, he's not a bad guy even though he has the Monado,
Yeah.
since they're perceiving it as a threat.
Yeah,
Hey,
so there's like a prophecy saying that you gotta be true of heart to, open, the door, but well, to be allowed in prison island. The thing is, Shulk isn't exactly that, because his reasons for going on this quest is for revenge.
yeah, I guess.
Even though, like, the only way they could defend themselves is use Monado, and because they don't have the technology that the high anti do have.
Yeah? What's up?
Anyway, so also we'd be thrown in the prison of sorts. Because they don't trust us, and then we're asked to do a job for them. So we're let out of prison pretty soon after, and we're gonna help the high anti out with a chroma problem.
Yes?
Yeah, and
At
this
the,
specifically is what the aerial cloaks are good for, to be able to talk to that guy.
Mhm.
And now really quick, changing the time to 22 in the night. Just so that Shalon is here, that we can get the two physical defense downs that, for the most part of the run, Shulk will have on his Monado.
Oh, so they do that in this
Oh.
chapter.
Sorry, we got the best weather on Tyler's screen.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
The shooting stars, yeah.
nice. Okay, so it's next chapter that I believe the shop unlocks, because there's a weapon that's kind of relevant to Ricky that we want to get there in the next chapter.
Yeah. That's the next chapter.
Alright. But yeah, I believe physical defense down gives you a, I don't know what exactly the percentage chance is, but each of your auto attacks has an 8% chance to inflict defense down with that gem. So it's gonna be pretty useful since our team composition is Shulk, Ryan, and Dunban. They're obviously all ether damage, or I mean physical damage. So makes sense. And right now we are heading. We took a quest or accepted a quest to save some guy from Alchemoth from these Cromars or lizard-like guys, and that's what we are doing now on Tyler's screen.
Yeah, and Baz is on the way to have that story progression happen. So we're still pretty close.
He's definitely closer after what happened to Tyler with the Rogals.
Oh, no, yeah, with the jeez,
Yeah, let's quickly forget.
yeah. Also, yeah, he got spotted again, which ideally you should just wait on the platform and not jump. You need to actually stay idle.
So coming up is also a pretty spoopy fight, but if you start well, you'll probably get it. The Crowbar fights. First of all, gonna get some happy because we really want to get into a chain attack as quickly as possible. And how we're gonna start this is we're gonna start off with a backslash, and after that quickly going into chain attack. And trying to get the maximum amount with the free. Yeah, I wouldn't call this chain attack strategy. Just getting the ultimate sword drive. Oh, that's actually interesting. He waited with the chain attack, even though it's super dangerous. Because he really wants to kill the Cromar in the fight, and that's not always a given. Because the moment you kill an enemy, you get a lot of party gauge back, and in casual mode, or at least in this context, you will get so much that you can almost immediately go back into a chain attack. And for staying alive, that is definitely the key strategy here. And he does it really well.
Yeah. That looked like it was a really good fight for Tyler here.
Yeah, waiting that's those 5 seconds definitely saves him here.
Also, they're all silver chests, which is that lucky? I'm trying to remember if they all drop silver chests automatically, or if they don't.
I don't think it's automatically. I guess it's just luck.
Yeah, that's
But
Yeah,
I imagine it's good for selling weapons later on.
yeah.
And equipping weapons as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I
The
had.
Saint
Oh
Rod
yeah.
for
No, not weapons, armor.
well, the Saint Rod could be useful for the Melia section. I'm pretty sure briefly, since
Yeah.
Melia is gonna have to do like 2 fights in there.
Yeah,
or
I mean, you're
something like
forced to
that.
play as her, so. But first, we have to go into the fight where
Yes.
wielding Monado is a bad thing.
Yeah.
So we're
Well-
actually fighting people of the bionis. So that means that because they are technically people, they you cannot hurt them, and so that means you need to find another way to damage them. So yeah, we'll be relying on our party members here to do the damage.
Yeah. Shock is pretty useless, except for
Or inflicting physical defense down and
that and breaking.
breaking enemies.
I'm so sad that Dunman is not getting his room service.
That's like one of the best lines of the game.
Yeah. Bass also being in a Chromar fight right now. And
Yeah, see
he
how
got,
it
a
goes.
he got a strong start. That's good.
Yeah, I think he's trying to. Yeah. It looked a little indecisive there, but he picked the chroma he wanted to take down. It looks like Tyler did well on the high tier assassins fight. Oh, it looks like Baz did not get the cycle right away. That's unfortunate.
But at least
But it looks like he
nothing
was able to
dangerous
avoid
happened.
the Beastman's curse just in time, I think.
All right. Did we ever explain why Shulk is going to this tomb or why Melly is in this tomb yet?
Oh, because she has to do a test of royalty, I think. Like she has to prove her self to her
Yeah.
ancestors in
And then
order
Shulk
to
gets a vision.
yeah, of her dying in the tomb. So we kind of got to prevent that.
Yeah, can't let Queen Melly die.
No. And now we're playing as Melia. Hooray!
Oh yeah, that's it's nice, I guess.
Wow, so much love.
So when you're playing as Melia, so the first thing you gotta know, she plays different to the other characters. She has a thing where you charge up your. So when you attack, you actually put these things called elementals above your head, and then you release them through using your talent art. So what Tyler's doing here is he's we got summon is it summon thunder or summon electricity?
Bolts.
Summon bolt, yes, summon bolt to increase the ether damage because melee damages through ether, and then we use some flare to deal damage as well as DOT damage, which is damage over time, which is what Melee is very effective for because she's got a lot of damage over time arts.
I'll never get used to this feeling.
And yeah, that's basically basics of Melia's combat. She also has some pretty cool moves, like physical moves, like Spear Break and Starlight Kick, which is a very good combo move, but I don't think she has learnt them both yet.
No. In other categories, you definitely see a lot of Melia action for sure with Spear Break and her hypnosis skill, which I don't think does get used as often. Well, in this fight, I see Tyler
Well, in this
doing
fight, because it's an extra enemy, yeah. But I think, unfortunately, it woke up because of, I think, the Tyler
it-
hit it with some
It
flare.
really quickly gets waken up. Kind of weird.
Yeah.
All right, and that's largely the end of the Melia section.
That's it. She has proven herself. Well, almost.
Well, she ends up being proved anyway because they like approve the ancestors approve of her, but then the leader of the assassins comes in who is Tarea, and we gotta stop her. She has quite an iconic scream when we do fight her at the end of this, but
Yeah.
it has been toned down in this version of the game, so it isn't so
Oh,
it
did
doesn't hurt you as much. Yeah.
This isn't going well. Get a hold
Great.
of yourself.
Gonna look that back, I guess.
Oh wow, that's a really fast grab from Tyler on that wall.
There is just something about NG plus runners with movement. They're on like a whole nother level.
I can promise you that almost everyone has fallen off of there. Shulk is not as fortunate enough to get bridges, so he has to climb across. Unfortunately.
Yes, he he doesn't have the high anti-crest thing.
Interesting thing
gets
about the
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
interesting thing about that green diode vision. Tyler got a little bit back there. Oh, well, I guess I'll talk about this Orluga fight here. So with Orluga, there's not really anything unique about Orluga here. It's just general Shulk, Slit Edge into backslash, or to Shadow Eye to backslash, and we build up chain as fast as possible. That tight, or yeah, chain attack here. I wasn't sure if they were gonna save it or not. There's nothing really in particular that's dangerous about Orluga here.
You don't have to say here. You can charge up at the top.
Yeah, but as I was talking about the green diode, fun fact, in the Melia section, it's actually kind of optimal to get a green diode spawn there to avoid getting that vision in Shulk section since she doesn't have the Monado.
And
And
the last
actually
fight- I would say the last fight for Bass also going pretty alright. At least? Okay, maybe less little alright.
And actually coming up in this section here, we're going to be coming up on a little detour here in this second to last room here. We're going to be grabbing a high Entia treasure chest that has ruby goggles, which comes as a unique piece of equipment, meaning it has a specific gem already attached to it. Ether up 5, which I believe we're going to give to Dunban, looking at the
Yeah.
notes here.
Yeah,
Which,
we're starting with Dunban, and then Shulk get it at the end of the run.
Oh, we get to talk about unique monsters. That's really funny.
Holy now? Oh, I love it.
Yeah, that's a little hidden room in this area. Like, it isn't quite shown on the map, but you can get like a little hint, and it's just like, oh, there might be something there. Especially where the enemy's like guarding the door, and you're just wondering why is it guarding that place. It's like, oh, it's a secret room.
Yeah, all of those enemies are in a white little room, except that one.
Oh, looks like Baz is doing something different here. I think he is using Ricky to get the extra
The extra speed.
extra
Party
chain
gauge.
gauge. Party gauge, yeah, party gauge.
Oh yeah, that is a thing. I
Also,
actually
yeah,
forgot about that.
Also Tyler de-aggroed the enemy by grabbing the wall, because when you grab grab calm objects, aggro is just automatically put off you. That's like in every Xenoblade game, by the way. Oh, what's Tyler doing here?
Happy.
All right, he's preparing for Tarea, yeah.
Prepare for a chain attack. We're gonna knock your
Duh.
block off.
Yeah, definitely the hardest fight in the first part of the game. So, some final few level ups. There's the what? Shield 2, backslash +2, Gunman gets a few. Then Ryan gets Dive So Bad +3, Wild Down, Berserker, and Shield Bash. And then coming
now
up,
we're gonna rescue
Tyrea
Melia.
and the Telethia. The Telethia is really, really dangerous as it has a few moves, especially, I forgot the name of it, but it just smashes down and does area
Predation.
damage. Yeah, Predation.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Tare is technically a person of the bionis, so yeah, Shock will be only dealing 1 damage to her.
So
I can hear the screams. Sorry, they're just like, okay, yep, I recognize that voice anywhere.
ideally, Tyler is able to kill here, which good he does. So he
Nice.
completely escapes having to deal with predation or, in very extreme unlucky cases, soul read. So thankfully he killed fast enough. And I would say Tyrea makes the fight a lot easier, but she still isn't someone opponent to underestimate. She can definitely still kill everybody if you're not careful.
The beginner strat for her definitely is to get her toppled. And I think that's what Tyler is going for right now as well. However, they are pretty ready to kill, so just go for that. That was a really good fight on Tyler's side.
All right, and that is chapter 8, I
Yeah.
believe.
That scream is so iconic as well. I'm just like, yep.
Good luck, Bass. You need an even better fight than that.
Yeah. So in this chapter, we're actually finally going to start going to Prison Island. I believe the Mechonis attack
Yep.
us, and which forces us to go to Prison Island anyways. So before that, we're gonna do a little, I guess, detour to other islands to set up the main island we need to traverse in order to get to Prison Island. And before we do that, well, we're gonna have some little cutscenes here and there with Shulk and Melia and all that, before we actually head out. But once we do, we're going back to Sarath Lighthouse and we'll be buying some weapons, particularly Love Biter, which is a Love Biter is a weapon for Reki, and it is a unique weapon which is automatically attached with a Earth Cloak gem, which is going to be important for aggro stuff in the coming chapters.
Yeah, so right now, also we're going to Melia's room, which oh wow, we get to choose our whoever. Nice.
Again!
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah, good luck against Fog King. No. But yeah, if you saw the Fish Connected run earlier, this is where Fog King is.
Yeah, flashbacks. Kind of weird how Saurian and Tikwa didn't have to like unlock the seals to get to Prison Island.
I mean, he can just fly there.
Oh yeah, that's true. You don't see it a lot. Only one cutscene in this entire game, but some of these high Entia can actually fly.
Yeah, I think the big thing about Melia is she is technically half Homs and half Hyentia, because they want to diversify the Hyentia gene pool, and that comes up later in the plot of the game.
Oh, looks like Baz was barely able to kill that chain attack, but oh, Ryan followed immediately up with a sword drive. It looks like so. No issues from that Telethia, which is huge in that chapter 8 end fight for Baz.
And Bass is going for the topple strat, so that's good. Just to build up some party gauge.
Oh yeah, so this section of the game you can't actually use quick travel because there's a story cutscene when you exit Alchemoth, which is why Tyler is just walking right now. There's some sections of the game where you cannot quick travel or you're not allowed to.
This unfortunately definitely is one of those two.
Hmm.
Alright. Baz just finished up with Tyrea. I would say it didn't go as smooth as Tyler, but he beat it. One of the harder fights in the run for sure, so that's good. Alright, and now we're allowed to skip travel to Sarath Lighthouse, and this is where we should be going up there and going to the shop to buy Love Buyer.
What is it?
I'm so glad
Something
we
el-
have this quiver in
Yeah.
Heresy throughout like the entire thing. Anyway.
Something else that was in that special little treasure chest that was along the side was an upgrade for Summon Bolt. But instead of giving it to Melia, we just use it as selling fodder because it gives 5,000 Gs. Poor Melia. Never learned how
Well-
to be strong with Summon Bolt.
Extra money, it counts, like especially because the money route is so tight.
Yeah, it is.
Mm.
Actually, we say that, but not halfway through the game, but halfway through the story, we actually stop caring about buying stuff and money. Start of Sword Valley, actually.
Yeah, after Soul Valley, or after the start of Soul Valley, yeah.
Oh, I forget. So in this route, they don't go to Hidden Makna Village and get those other weapons that's out.
Not that I know.
I mean, it would make sense if they routed that out, actually.
It is pretty. I wouldn't say it's too out of the way. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, but those in other routes, those weapons are worth getting because they're also anti-Mechon and have some pretty nice gems already attached to it, like haste and aggro up for Ryan and Dunban. And so here at this island Tyler's on, you have the option to go to left or right to activate a central seal, the central seal island.
Yeah.
And
I wonder why he's going left though, because
I forget.
That has to
Yeah,
do with he wants to end at the other one, so he can teleport to the start of this one, so he can get easy battle soul and happy for the Skyray fight.
Yeah, also this might look familiar from Future Connected. This is like the same bridge-ish area.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also coming up is if this is the correct island, this might be the other island it's on, but we have a new skip, Cromar skip, that deals with a little bit of aggro management. And basically what the skip he wants to do here is he's going to try to de-aggro the enemies at a specific time by jumping off this top, I guess you could say, quote-unquote roof here. And it's a very like specific angle and also a specific window he needs to get in order for him to barely reach the button again without getting aggroed. It's gonna save a lot of time not having to fight it. And
Yeah, they need to get back into position, and hopefully Tyler gets back in time here.
Yeah,
all right,
take-
that's nice.
Oh,
That is,
nice.
First try.
that can be a very hard trick to get. I think
Yeah.
I at least remember when it first came about, it was pretty inconsistent or a little hard, but he made it look like nothing.
But no, the order of the two islands is definitely thought about. You do it differently in New Game Plus because you don't have to.
Yeah, quick travel's faster in New Game Plus if you go to the right first.
This is where the aerial cloaks go back on. Yeah. There's a flying unique monster on the last Seal Island. That's for all intents and purposes you really don't want to see.
Oh yeah, is this the they can't do Kromar skip on this island, right? They have to fight. Right?
There's a giant. I forgot the name of the enemy, There's definitely a thing there, but you can sneak around it.
Oh.
Is it the Ecoso, whatever the flying enemy's called, or am I
Yeah.
thinking something different? Yeah.
The one without eyes.
Yeah.
Some of you may be wondering, is Fei Fong Wong in this game? Not that I know of. But I imagine like in some sort of sequel to this game, there's a character that looks like Fei Fong Wong could appear. Just to randomly point that out.
Who that?
It's
I know.
some character from Saga Gears Saga. I don't know.
To quickly change the topic, these hosts that are following you here, they can be really annoying.
Mm,
If I'm right, they should lose aggro just before reaching you. They're there. But you can also get super unlucky. Yeah, that was close.
Yeah, that was funny though. They're just like, huh? He's not there anymore. Still right in front of you.
I always thought those guys looked like Tomberries from Final Fantasy.
They do.
Alright. So Tyler's basically done activating both islands. And as we activate the teleporter to get us to Prison Island, we're gonna have an encounter with Sky Ray. I'm pretty sure he's gonna want to change time back to get the like sun strength buff.
Yeah,
does
that would
that.
be ideal.
Yeah, I don't know if he does that because I believe this automatically puts him into the fight or a cutscene.
I think it does actually. Yeah, it does. Yeah,
So yeah, I don't know if that was like intentional or
but we'll see what happens.
because you kind of do want to go fast with this fight to avoid a move known as Ether Meteor, which is gonna daze all party members for like a good 15 seconds, and it's such a huge time waste. So having all the strength you can to end it as fast as possible is ideal. Unless he plans to just kill it in a chain attack when that move appears, which would make sense.
That looks like that's what Tyler's planning to do.
Oh,
Really quick, Bass is actually
That was
trying.
He should
very
be
close.
fine.
Yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Almost just use Tripping Rush here, which actually topples, I think. Does Tripping Rush actually topple? I think it does. Really. Anyway,
Sure.
we're on oh no, did Baz get
Bass
Why is
actually
he
went
fine?
underneath the bridge to not aggro the unique monster that's there. But I feel that this Chromar is coming a little bit too far with him, so out of safety, he's just getting rid of it.
right, yeah. A little bit unfortunate there, but luckily he dispatched the Chroma very quickly.
Oh, he got a hit a little bit there. I don't know if that might screw up his setup. Let's see.
Okay,
Waited.
yeah, that was if
Hey, nice.
he might have had like a bad experience having that Chroma spot him when looking forward. But Tyler just ran towards that, so I'm guessing like sometimes when runners have like some bad experiences, even though like others don't, like they just go for it. Like I can't understand that sort of safety, especially like in a marathon type run. We don't want to lose so much time.
So coming up, I guess, when we get to the top of Prison Island, we're gonna be fighting with Metal Face again. He's gonna come in here at the top. We're gonna finally meet Zanza, who's been he's gonna unlock our Monado for us and give us Monado 2. Allows us to attack anything we want to for Shulk. The Emperor is gonna die. We're gonna fight Metal Face.
Let the
And,
shackles be released.
Yeah, and
We
a
had
lot
to
of it.
re-equip gems on the Monado too, since they are being de-equipped and it's technically a different weapon.
Yeah, a lot of story stuff happens in this fight here, or in this particular area.
Yeah, this is where
Yeah.
Shog's vision comes true. And we get to see
And
the consequences of that.
yeah, it's kind of sad that he couldn't stop it, even though he was there. But yeah.
I know he wanted that to happen. This is the vision he wanted that to happen. Because I was going to be
Yeah.
able to beat Milface.
Most of it. That's
Ooh,
true.
nice chain link. That was actually very nice.
Yeah, very fast middle face fight. Middle face 2.
That was very fast indeed. Bass actually went behind the enemy instead of in front of it. Daring, daring.
So there's been like huge revelations in the plot. Spoilers, Fiora is alive. So and we found out she's piloting the silver face Mechon.
And also
Which,
Dunban is getting suspicions about who Metalface is.
Yes. We also haven't mentioned, but also Dunban is Fiora's older brother, so he has some sort of personal stake in Fiora as well, and in this whole journey.
Okay, good luck on Skyray for Bass. That was a really clean fight with the chain link. So while Bass is walking all the way up to Prison Island and Tyler walking towards Phallic Mountain, I would like to remind you that you are watching the Xenoblade Chronicles Community Series Relay Race. I hope I said those words in the correct order. Where we are showcasing all of the Xenoblade games in not the correct order, but it doesn't have to.
Yes.
You're watching Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition right now. In a race between Basrillion Free and It's Tyler. Basrillion being on the left, part of Team Kevis, and It's Tyler on the right, being part of Team Agnes. Who will be the first? Who will be the fastest? I don't know. Can I get some hype for either Team Kevis or Team Agnes in chat? After this run is done, we will see Xenoblade 3, and I think we're ending with Xenoblade... Or is that the end?
No,
Yeah,
that's the end.
Xenoblade 3 is the
Yeah.
end.
That's the end. Okay, that's really fitting. And
Okay.
even though we're not done yet, I do want to give major shoutouts to the organizers of the event. We got one here in voice chats, Aeon.
Hi. Yeah. It's been difficult to just speaking of the event. It's like it's fantastic that we got all the runners together and we're able to get this done as like smoothly as possible and considered everyone's time zones and times that they are available to do the runs. So it's really fantastic that all the runners, commentators can be available for this event.
For sure. You, MD, Legrand Grant, and Bowie definitely went way farther than the absolute minimum that you needed to do. So you get my
Yeah, and
get my
MD as
kudos.
well. Yeah.
And MD. I did say
Yeah.
MD at the start, right? If I didn't,
No.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'm here to remind you. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
Yeah. But yeah, it took. Yeah, we're thankful for everyone who's donated their time to this event and to just have fun. Really, like this isn't super
Yeah.
serious, but it's also very fun to be able to come together and do this sort of thing.
I woke up at 7 a.m. for this, and I do it. I do it again.
Yeah, I've been up all day basically. I slept before Future Connected, and then, well, I was up for the opening show, and then then I just
Yeah, you go to
slept
sleep
for an hour.
after this run,
And then
hopefully.
I'll have to have dinner, then I sleep. Yeah,
Okay, good.
yeah.
All right, back to the game, I guess. Tyler
Yeah,
is
Baz
currently
has
at.
just done Middle Phase 2.
Yeah.
So hopefully the
Oh.
Delta updates.
That is my mistake. Oh, well.
That's fine. Yeah, the most important split is the final split, which is going to be at the end of Xenoblade 3 anyway, so it's not too big of a deal.
All right.
So,
So I'm not sure if Tyler's gonna perform this certain skip here. It looks
Oh,
like
yes.
he is heading towards what is known as Hollow Bone skip. So originally, when you're playing through this game, how you would get down to lower levels is go through this little tunnel with icy physics here. We can completely skip that, and this skip, I'm not sure how much time it saves, but it's more. Oh no, he's not doing it. He's
He's not
taking it
doing
safe, but essentially you can skip this whole icy section here, and you would barely be able to land in a pool of water just slightly below this, and it does save some substantial time, but it's a marathon. He's playing it safe, or according to other sources, it is about 17 seconds it saves. So I don't blame him at all for not doing it. It is a very precise trick, and I believe it's exclusive to DE just due to the geometry changes.
Yeah, you can't
allows
do it in the
it.
original game.
That allows you to be able to barely just make that jump.
So I think
Now,
I think I
Yeah.
was about 30 seconds late. I'm sorry.
so if Tyler, I mean, if Baz is gonna do it, I have no clue, but that could definitely be in his favor to catch up a little bit.
Yeah.
Which to forecast what happens in the run, I'm not quite sure what other opportunities there is for catching up at the moment. But also, before we head to this main objective, we're gonna head to a little, I guess a little, what would you call it? It's called Harset Chapel, I believe, is the place we're going to, and Albus is gonna be there.
Chapel, yeah.
But before that, we're gonna go to the lava cave because we need a stone to melt the frost off this door real quick. So we're gonna head here first before learning that that's what we need to in Harset Chapel.
Well, we're only getting the landmark for now.
Yeah.
There's a secret, or like a secret landmark, like super close to here. I'm actually surprised that neither of the runners went for it for just a little bit of experience.
Yeah, I believe it's called King's Tomb something.
Yeah.
I know other routes do it. I guess they just don't need need for it. It's about 15-20 seconds detour, and then you would skip travel back to Valley Pass.
Bass talking to the wrong volleyball.
Oh no.
I can feel the power.
That cave can be a little bit tricky because there's a Ferris just walking around that would love to aggro you. Does Tyler have any party gauge? I don't think so. There's a really strong unique monster coming up.
Yeah, it's
And-
only it only shows up in this quest. Otherwise, it gets replaced by like a level 90 unique monster or something like that. Oh, that's a interesting way to get past it, but it works.
That is a way.
Yeah.
Let's focus our efforts.
So yeah, he's baiting the unique monster to come probably closer, so it's much safer to confront
Yeah.
the unique monster that is not in the lava. Lava damages you a lot, so yeah.
Especially with their positioning, they gotta watch out. Since there's a lot of nebulas around here, and if they even smell an Ether attack, they will come and attack you.
Mhm.
So going physical is the way to go here.
Oh no, I think I noticed. Yep, one of them, or two of them have decided
Yeah.
to join the yeah. the attack. So what can happen is you can actually like die in the lava. Yep, that's what. Yep, very smart. In order to accelerate that death, and then you go back to the landmark, the previous landmark you went to. But yeah, we did that in order to get a rock that melts the ice, so we can go into a safe little area. It turns out this area is quite significant in terms of the plot, and especially in regards to the Monado.
I think that's
But
where Dixon found the Monado and Shulk.
yes. And now we're going back out. I think we found out recently that the bottom way is slightly faster than going around the top. Or is it? Yeah, I think it's the bottom that's faster. It's been a while, but yeah, it's...
If you look at Bass's screen, you can see that Phallic Mountain definitely is one of those areas that's like absolutely gorgeous, just like Satorl Marsh and Area of Sea at night. Even with the crusty graphics on the Wii, it's so good. Definitive Edition just makes it better.
It looks like Tyler's checking to make sure he has Monado for this coming up fight. We needed a Monado enchant at the start of this next fight coming up here.
This isn't going well.
We dare to Orlugas walking around where he might actually get some happy and that battle soul from.
Yeah. We're about to switch commentators soon because there'll be like the end of my shift after the Monka fight. So who's replacing me is Orphelius. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Orphe's fine.
Orphe's fine. Yep. Okay. Cool.
Hey, Orphe.
Yeah.
Morning.
Yeah. Yeah. They'll be replacing me. So yeah. Because I've got things to do.
That is completely fine.
Yeah.
Thank you for for sticking around for how long have we been here? 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Yeah. It's definitely been fun watching this run. I'm learning a lot. So yeah.
So at the start, we're going to Monado enchant here, and I believe this is one of those fights where Tyler wants to actively try to break and topple lock and daze lock. Essentially what that is just continuously using those arts to forever keep them down and unable to ever get back up.
Yeah, Momkar is one of the bosses that is really susceptible to it. I love it.
And I believe you don't have to kill this boss, do you?
Oh, you do. You have to
Yeah.
to hit like 0 HP.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
not
this
really.
him turning invisible is the main thing. They
Yeah,
kind of want to
that's
avoid.
his worst attack, I think. It's very unfortunate for Tyler here. It wasn't quite 0, but that's my bad. I think it's like a quarter HP, maybe a fifth. Anyway, I'll be going off. Thanks for having me, and I might be back for the end of the marathon, but it really depends on how early you guys finish. But yeah, thanks for having
Alright.
me, and have fun watching.
Alright.
Looks like a very close race.
Thank you, Aeon.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Have fun.
Thank you.
All right, and it looks like Baz's side is he's just done finishing up with the magma rock boss. So I would say right now it's about what would you say 5 minutes at the most 5 minutes split between Kevin and
Roughly, I would
Agnes.
say, yeah.
This chapter is about 10 minutes, maybe?
I think it's roughly around a 3 or 4 minute jog down to Mumkar.
Actually, I say that, but I'm thinking about New Game Plus.
Yeah. Well, anyways, on Tyler's side right now. Oh, by the way, I'm Orpheolus, or Orphe just fine. I'm a speedrunner Xenoblade Definitive Edition. I primarily focus on New Game Plus / 100% / masochist categories. So yeah, coming here to on Tyler's side, we're gonna be doing one of the most important shops of the run so far, and that's because we need to get some anti-Mechon weaponry.
I don't know if that's what they're going for. They're definitely getting engineer pants, which has the earth cloak gem attached to it. However, seeing how he's selling a lot of weapons, you're definitely right about getting some weapons.
Yeah,
Engineer, but
Okay, looks like they'll be doing the
no brave caps.
they'll be primarily using enchant strats instead. I'm used to the older routes that just buy a lot of weapons. They might buy all their weapons in Hidden Village.
I was also kind of expecting them to buy art books, but the art books that they would buy was, I believe, Soaring Tempest and Thunder, which I don't think they have. They obviously don't have access to that yet on Dunban, since that's at a higher level. But yeah, Engineer Belt looks like the only one that's relevant. Because later on, when we get into Makna's territory, there's gonna be a lot of areas where that Earth Cloak, actually even here in Sword Valley, where the Earth Cloak is gonna be substantially needed to get away with encounters or not engage in any enemies getting aggroed.
Especially for the encounters, indeed. That's the reason why we also switched to Ricky, because his Love Biter actually has Earth Cloak attached to it as well. And that is mostly the reason why, from this point forward, if there's like a lot of long walks, we're gonna use Ricky. And the only problem with it is that we have to like swap over all of the quick step gems from Silk to Ricky, so that happens a few times throughout the run. But in the end, it is worth it, just for the extra Earth Cloak.
So we're basically turning this game, the second half, into a Metal Gear Solid.
Well, we're playing as a little, yeah, what do you call it? A little volleyball.
As we're making our way through Sword Valley here, the main gimmick of this entire area is mostly pressing buttons to open doors, which is one of the 2 ways you can tackle this place. Probably one of the coolest part is that there's 2 ways to go through it. Either you can open the gates, or you can go above the gates and maneuver the upper regions, which is honestly pretty cool.
Baz having a okay fight here with Mumkar.
Not anymore.
Having a Vision pair up. Up here, I don't think that's pretty common, but this chain attack should have it finished. Yep.
Yeah.
The animation still played.
Yeah, he doesn't die. It's like a 90 or 95% fight.
All right, and with this other gate, I don't know if they just. I'm pretty sure there's after one of these gates here, we actually go up one of these ramps here and cut through Sword Valley to the other section.
That's the next one. Right now we're going up into the fortress to do another switch, and this is where the Earth Cloak really comes to shine. There's just these 3 enemies here that don't even see us. Similar to this Mechon here, if we just stick to the wall.
You think that's more so because Ricky's small, or because of the Earth Cloak?
Definitely
Earth Cloak.
Oh, I was thinking just because he's small, probably why he was able to get away with it. All right, so here's what I was talking about, where we're gonna cut through this little tunnel in Sword Valley and get on the other side. And when we drop down here, we're gonna come up on a section where I believe Tyler should be upgrading various arts on Shulk, Dunban, and Ryan, and we're gonna do another happy trick in preparation for another boss coming up.
Bass also bought Engineer Belt and a Brave Cap.
And actually, outside of the happy trick, how happy trick increases party gauge, Shulk should have Battle Soul. We're gonna upgrade that, and that art allows us to increase his Monado gauge. Or well, I don't know if we ever explained that, but we're gonna upgrade it so it gives a little bit more. So within 2 to 3. Or about 3 uses of it, Shulk will have full Monado.
Definitely 3 uses, because fully upgraded to at least level 10, it feels like 52%.
Oh, it looks like Tyler is going past these enemies. I guess you could do that. I know in some routes you do it before, do the happy before going past these enemies.
He either does it up here or just after the cutscene. Assuming that he gets a lot of like flying enemy aggro, definitely after the cutscene.
And probably the nice part about Battle Soul is, much like Happy, you can farm it before a battle, and you can start off with full Monado, which we needed since Ryan and Dunban do not have any anti-Mechon weaponry. So if they were to fight any Mechon here, they'd be doing like 1 or 2 damage at most. So definitely going to be needing the enchant at the very start of these battles.
Upgrading Buster, that's interesting.
Doesn't mean that he's actually going to use Lovebiter here.
Oh, there's Baz catching that Love Biter right there. That's really good.
Yeah. This is definitely a chat-assisted speedrun now.
So this upcoming fight, Mumkar 2, I believe how it's going to go in casual from other routes I know is we're largely going to want to rush Mumkar in a chain attack and just pray for chain link, I think, is the main strat here.
No, but that we're definitely focusing on getting a topple on him. And we're leaving, even though the ads are super strong, we're leaving them live.
Oh, I don't know. I thought just full aggression. I'm pretty sure full aggression is yeah, the strat here with just trying to get him dead as fast as possible, and that is actually very nice. You got that chain link here.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not dead, but very close. Now it's just how Tyler follows up from this that can determine a lot, which was done well.
That was very clean.
If that was to go on any longer,
Really clean.
yeah, it could be a big problem.
I am jealous.
That, I
Yeah,
mean, well, that's just Tyler for you. I mean, he's a god. All right, so after that, we're gonna be doing a little swapping back to Ricky, and we're gonna go through Sword Valley a little bit more until we get to the end here. We're gonna take a little detour around and drop off this bridge here coming up.
This area is actually pretty big with some unique monsters and some other like pretty cool stuff that is completely missable. And after a certain point, it's actually unaccessible. which
Yeah,
is
at
a
the end
really
of
big-
chapter
big
13.
thing. And
It's
yeah, go on.
I was gonna say this back area is actually really huge and contains some pretty challenging unique monsters. Like one of the enemies that we saw a lot earlier. I don't know if you saw it or not. It was a gigantic fortress unit. Those things are like some of the hardest enemies in the game. And one of the strongest enemies there is a unique monster, mischievous nefarious, and that unique monster is extremely tough. And by the time you're at a good level, it's almost the time that he becomes locked off.
That's definitely the saddest of stories. So Tyler going into Galahad Fortress right now, and Galahad is pretty interesting in terms of speedrunning. The first thing we need to do, other than walking past these influx conduits, is we need to get a key card for the elevator, and that is inside one of the Mechons in the back, who is also guarded with 8 little ads that join the fight the moment you start the fight. So I think the game intends you to like kill them one by one, or really bomb rush the one that you need to have. We're definitely trying to be as diligent as possible and hopefully kill it in a chain attack, which probably doesn't happen. It's Tyler, what am I saying?
Yeah, can't go wrong with the former world record holder. Not to sound shady when I say that. I mean,
Not the current world record holder. No, that was yesterday.
we had a new runner, or not a new runner, but a Rika fan currently obtained a world record just a day before this relay, and they made it his mission to get the world record and bought Tyler just before.
He was so happy about that.
Yeah.
He also
but that's not we. I'm sorry.
He also did a sweep of New Game Plus in the last few weeks.
And that's not to discredit Tyler at all. Tyler has made such huge innovations to this particular category and other categories of various other Xenoblade categories. Definitely, he's very much an innovator. And I'm not gonna lie. At first, I guess I could be considered a boomer by saying this, but I'm not gonna lie. I was really hating. I was like, "There's no way these guys are coming in and just gonna change the whole formula of." I really was hating, but you know, he came in and he did his thing, and I can't do nothing but respect it. Respect all the crazy route innovations he's did.
Man, you're such a boomer.
I know.
Boss had a pretty clean metal face also.
I'm a Xeno boomer, not a
Good to
zoomer.
hear. So coming up, or on Tyler's screen, something you can only do with Earthcloaks equipped is be just outside of the view for just a little bit for that unique monster, so that he doesn't see you and you can press the button. That actually doesn't happen here, where these two little monster Mechon will actually see you. But the strat here is to like walk away, pretty far away, so that they actually de-aggro. And while they're going back, which takes about, I don't know, between 5 and 10 seconds, you have all the time in the world to just walk back and press the switch again, similar to the Chromar skip in RFC that we saw earlier in Chapter 9. And with that, we can advance to press another button.
Also, I guess to explain a little bit of why they're doing this here, they figure that all this ether river waste is actually pouring into Bionis. I believe is why they're doing this. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So they're stopping these machines to protect Bionis.
Yeah. So they're making weapons out of ether, which is from the Bionis, and then using it back against the Mechonis. Okay. This is here.
I think what Tyler is doing here is setting up for this next fight here. Coming up, we have a multi enemy fight where it's a lot of enemies here, along with a boss. We don't actually have to kill the main enemy boss. We just have to get rid of the ads, and it could go a little south.
Actually,
never mind. He's not there yet. But
yeah, he's
the fight
currently equipping aerial cloaks to not be raided by some little monsters. I call them monsters. They're not. They're
Mechon, yeah. But yeah, in the following room after the one he is in currently, the fight he'll enter is it can get a little dicey if things go south, but overall, I'd say it's pretty straightforward.
And we're also setting up the Shulk to have all the quick steps again because coming up pretty soon, Ricky's not going to be, well, all our equipment's going to be scattered about. So, yeah, this upcoming fight can go good or bad, so starting things up with Happy plus Battle Soul just so we're at max everything to make the next fight a little easier.
We're outmatched. We have to fall back. Alright. So entering this next fight here, we're going to be facing off against Silverface, which we know as to be Fiora, but just in a Mechon suit. We don't actually have to kill her, we just have to kill all the ads and that'll automatically end the quest. So we're going to Monolith enchant here, and ideally what happens is Tyler is just able to pick off all these Mechon one by one. Some of the little flying Mechon can be a little annoying because they can use lock on, and that'll force them to attack that enemy. Yeah, and every time we kill in a chain attack, we're granted some more chain, so it's basically gonna what's the word? I would say reproduce on itself or build off of itself, killing the enemies in chain. And I would say if they're lucky, there'll be a chain link automatically targeting the next ad, but that doesn't look like the case here. And sometimes that can also be bad because it might automatically target the Silverface, which we do not care about.
Yeah, and you cannot switch enemies when you're in a chain attack, which is unfortunate, but oh well.
Yeah, like here, this was a very good instance of that happening. Where the chain link perfectly segues into the enemy.
They destroyed the two heavier enemies at first, which is a really good one. And then coming up is Goldface, which is another relatively scripted battle.
During this fight, you cannot use a Monado, so we got to topple Goldface so that way we can actually do some damage. Which is kind of the gimmick about this fight because Goldface uses the Apocrypha to steal off the Monado. Yeah, the Monado.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but this fight you get Goldface to a certain HP threshold, and then it just kind of is waiting on him to use the catastrophe move to progress the story.
That is correct. There's also just a time limit, which I don't I don't want to confess this, but I definitely at one point let the two friends just do its thing, and then as Ricky just walk around the arena, hopefully to not die.
Okay, there's King Ricker. We're just. Oh God. This shit. Tyler should be all right. All right, there we go.
Yep, we lived. All that really matters. That's a split there.
And we've fallen all the way down from the swords into the ocean on the fallen arm.
I need to be even stronger.
So after falling off the arm, Shulk is ending up here alone with Fiora. We find out Fiora is just completely a, I guess, cyborg android, but she's still alive, and Shulk ends up giving her her first kiss, and now we're kind of just stranded on this new island after falling from Sword Valley or Galahad Fortress, and we're gonna try to find the others.
This basically makes up all of Chapter 12, so that's why we move all the quick step over to Shulk, because Ricky's out of the party right now, so we need some way to get around pretty quickly.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure Ricky is also gonna have a section, and Ryan and Charlotte will also have a section here. And when we get to the end of each section, you're gonna see us unequipping all quick step related equipment on our characters, so that the next character in the next section can equip it.
So
And actually, this fight
gas is going on. Just before the fight, Tyler equips the different agility shoes and not the agility free gem. Interesting. Sorry, Leon, go on.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about this fight. I think if I remember correctly, this fight you kind of want to spam arts as much as possible.
Yeah.
Because these enemies can easily overpower Shulk, in my experience. It looks like
Especially
it's
since
going
we're
fine.
10 levels under.
Yeah, it looks like it's going fine for Tyler though. Looks like he's saving that Monado for another fight that's gonna come up when Shulk and Charla, or I mean Ryan and Charla, meet up with Shulk.
Ryan is down on Bass's side.
It looks like it's going way worse than
It is going worse.
Oh.
He is down. However,
No.
every enemy that he already killed doesn't come back for this fight. So that's good.
Yeah. It's unfortunate he died though.
Yeah.
Let's focus our efforts. I'm on it.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Shadow Eye.
No. I'm on it. Okay, perfect.
We did it.
Oh, also the reason Fiora isn't fighting with us in this fight is because she's dehydrated, right? That's something in the story that she still needs water.
Something like that.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Her
kind of
energy
what.
supply is still very drained after leaving face Nemesis. So I think that was the last fight that we ever do with. Well, technically the last fight we do with this Charla for the
With
for the
this
run.
Charla.
So now we're just heading on to the next story destination and ending off the Shulk section here. Moving on to the Reiki section soon enough and slowly getting to the end of chapter 12. All things considered, chapter 12 is extremely short because immediately after this is going to be chapter 13, and that's probably one of the longest chapters in the game.
Also, something that Shulk doesn't really know, but is apparent for most other party members, is that Fiora's kind of losing her life power, so she doesn't have long, but she really wants to help save the world.
Okay, looks like Goldface is going well for Bass here. Should be fine. I don't know if toppling is actually good in Goldface because you want him to get
It is.
catastrophe off.
Because you can't enchant. And if you don't have D weapons for it.
All right, it's looking like catastrophe should go off here soon. Silverface has a vision. So before we hit the hidden village on Tyler's side, where we're gonna meet up with all the other party members, we're actually gonna hit this little skip travel landmark here, just to save a little time when we have to get certain parts later on. Because I believe there's gonna be a doctor in hidden Makna village that can help Fiora with her battery supply or whatever, and we basically have to scour the beach for a certain
Bio's the electric unit.
I was gonna say I don't know how to pronounce the unit name, but that's what we need to get Fiora up and operational. And yeah, we're gonna set up some stuff on Ricky as well, because we're gonna be traveling a little bit further into Makana's field while we're getting the piezoelectric unit for her.
How are you?
Seems that the time difference between both runners currently is 6 minutes and 45 seconds. That doesn't mean that it has to stay that way.
Who's running XE3 for Kevis and who's running XE3 for Agnes?
Ooh, you're asking something.
Yeah,
I assume that it's quadriceps for Team Kevis, because come on, Melia.
Oh, and Plexus for Agnes.
Yeah.
Okay. It may be all right. I mean, it might be a close race. If not in this run, the next run it could the gap could definitely close. That's just me guessing though. Anything can still happen.
Doing a lot of practice before.
Yeah, I mean anything can still happen in this run for sure. There's still some bosses that can just troll either runner for sure. All right, so the movement here alongside this beach, there's a particular way Tyler is going to want to move Ricky to not get aggroed by these Mechon at the start here. And we're also going to take... Oh, looks like he's going in a different direction first.
Yeah, we're picking up Connecting Bridge first because that offsets the pathing of the unique monster up ahead. So once we get to the unit, it'll be moving away instead of moving towards the unit. So it prevents us from getting spotted there.
Okay, that makes sense. The routing I was knowing was a little different, where we just immediately gun for this piezoelectric unit. Oh, and they immediately return to what's her name, Linda?
How are you?
To give
Linada.
Linada.
You were close.
What? Yeah. Once again, I'm not a XE1 story expert or lore expert, by the way. I just play the game fast. So usually in other routes you would just go all the way up to
Welcome.
Makana's Field, the Rumbling Gate, the gate before you enter Makana's Field, and then skip travel back. But I guess they don't need you to do that in this route.
Oh no, Boz fell to the triple unit.
Oh.
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier when Tyler did it, I do remember this fight can be quite a little mean, or you got to be careful. All right, anyways, now that we got Fiora situated, we're gonna be heading through up to the Makana's Field to get to Goldface, who is in Agni-ratha. So Makana's Field, the dungeon Makana's Field has a lot of buttons we have to hit in its dungeon design, and a lot of Mechon surrounding those button switches. But thankfully about Ricky, since he's so short and has a lot of Earth Cloak, we're just nearly able to not have to fight anything with some strategic movement.
And thankfully, there's a whole lot of ledges that we can use to de-aggro ourselves too, which helps out quite a lot.
For sure, but I think we're going a little bit too fast. We got the best area of the game, the one that everyone loves to see, Makana's Field.
Little cat jam.
Yeah, it is a pretty cat jam. I do agree. Actually, I'm gonna excuse myself for just 15 minutes. So I'll be back. I do need to fuel up a bit.
Yeah, no worries, we got it.
Anyways, we're just skip traveling once we get to the rotating bulkhead, so that way the door is immediately down. One of the little minor optimizations that was found. Yeah, since originally Tyler was a New Game Plus speedrunner, and there's a lot of movement tech since New Game Plus, it's every single movement is a lot more impactful compared to New Game, where the fights are probably one of the main focal points. So bringing a lot of those optimizations in here to New Game Plus. So starting things up, Makana's Field, probably the longest area of the game. I know it is for New Game Plus and probably New Game also.
Mm-hmm. Oh, looks like Tyler got a vision here. As far as I know, getting orb, they don't really care about getting orbs anymore. Because I believe there's not any need for buying any equipment anymore. Later on in the route.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no. So they're pretty much set on equipment. Looks like I was skimming through the notes to see if maybe they do stop by, like you said, Hidden Makna Village for those 2 OP weapons.
Yeah, so climbing up through the Makana's Field, this is one of the missable locations in the game with quite a lot of missable, basically everything here. I know that, at least for the 100%, there's a few items that you need here before it locks off. That's used in rebuilding Colony 6, because Colony 6 uses a whole lot of items from Makana's Field and all those places, but there's some alternative ways to get some of the item orbs, thankfully. So main gimmick here is that pushing buttons to head further up, but thankfully, well, I wouldn't say thankfully, but every single button that we have has a certain gimmick to it that we need to accommodate for as we continue to move up. A little bit of movement, a little bit of skips, and a little bit of aggro management too. So heading up to the second floor now.
Also, I'm not quite sure when they do it, but I'm pretty sure since we now have Fiora in our party, originally way back when we first had her at the beginning of the game before entering Tephra, we did switch her tree to Daring Tree because it has a speed movement buff on it, and pretty soon here we're actually going to be swapping to Shulk and having him as the primary control character because he'll be the fastest overworld movement. But here and there we will swap Ricky and Shulk interchangeably, or we'll have Ricky just for very few spots, specific spots where I guess a combination of Earth Cloak and his height will allow us to hit buttons that Shulk would just straight up be caught at.
Anyways, there is one of the uses of the climbable objects to remove all aggro, which definitely helps out. Otherwise, would have to do a whole lot of fighting. So coming up ahead is probably going to be one of the, well, I guess in the original Xenoblade Chronicles, one of the more tricky jumps. Here in a definitive edition of all the skips that they made harder, this one they actually made a little easier, thankfully, thanks to how jump mechanics are slightly different in this version compared to the original. So we got a button over there. The intended way is for you to climb the cylinder to the very top, follow the pathway around, and then press the button there. Instead, we'll be basically hopping the railing and jumping right to the button. But if you mess this up, then it's a very long way down. It's like a minute or so time loss from the quick travel location back here. But thankfully, Tyler is very well practiced, and the skip's not overtly difficult compared to what it was in the original. So, oh, it looks like Tyler's doing the safer option. Yeah, the risky option is just jumping up from the second layer. Instead, the safer option is just going to the third layer to jump down.
Don't give up. I'm right next to you.
A lot of elevators. Actually, I believe. Well, I actually don't know because they have a different SP route from other versions I know, but pretty soon here, that change once they reach lower bulkhead is when Fiora gets the skill on her that gives a movement speed buff, and we can only Shulk is the one that can actually equip it, if I remember correctly. That's why we use him.
Yeah, because how the skill trees work out, and plus Shulk starts out with 2 full relation with a Fiora compared to everyone else only having 1. Oh, it's 3 full instead of the usual 1, so. It looks like everybody else can equip except for Ricky.
I know there's a specific reason Shulk is used. I think it's because of other things. Oh, it's probably because of Ricky's speed movement as well. Where we don't want it on Ryan or Shulk or Ryan or Dunban. We want like Sun on them, so we just give it to Shulk since he doesn't really deal as heavy damage compared to Ryan and Dunban. Oh, that might be him getting the skill here actually. Or no, he's equipping aerial cloak. I imagine that's for evading some Mechon coming up here, but no, I do think Nimble Feet probably got unlocked from Fiora here. So now we're gonna be going the absolute fastest we can in new game here. Yep, here we go.
Now we're doing New Game Plus speed.
I've actually never ran New Game Plus, so I kind of don't have any clue what that looks like.
A little less walking simulator, but still walking simulator for like the first half of the run.
Alright, he's upgrading Lariat. Lariat is like a better version of War Swing, I would say. Not, but it doesn't have that full AoE like War Swing does, but it's still very much better.
Yeah, it's basically a stronger stream edge. And a little more range, too.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, stream edge is the perfect example. I don't know why I didn't think about that. It's a good comparison you made.
Yeah, because I know in Arts Inheritance, we use Lariat over a stream edge, and Lariat's able to hit enemies where stream edge normally wouldn't. And Boz is coming on into Mechon now, so roughly around a 10-minute gap, I would say, roughly. So here we're maneuvering around so that way we can press a button here, and starting up a semi-unique monster skip. In terms of New Game Plus, one of the skips that was done for a little bit was hopping over the ledge to hit the button there. However, though, we have way too many Mechon in the way, so we're going to have to do a different method to come on around. And I believe the method here is using is just luring them around. So walking slowly because Mechon there loves to summon ads and everything.
I think there's a little bit of baiting them.
Yep.
And then waiting for them to de-aggro and come back.
Yeah, this one can be a little bit precise, and sometimes they go all the way down, sometimes they just go a little bit. Right, there we go.
All right. That was nice, nice.
Alright, so we're roughly about halfway through the dungeon now. And we get spotted by the unique monster there, but thankfully we can just hop down and de-aggro basically immediately. There is also another reason why we switched to Shulk after the bulkhead, and that's because of a little bit of a movement optimization done right there, which has to do with elevator states, which is a mechanic that really wasn't too well explained. Well, wasn't too well known until fairly recently, I would say. So basically, when you ride an elevator, the game puts you in a state so that way you don't go like flying off when the elevator stops and everything. Kind of grounds your momentum whenever you're moving on any terrain and everything like that. However, though, in Definitive Edition, for some wonderful reason, they never actually removed it after you get off the elevator. So we have to switch over to somebody that wasn't in the party. We missed a cycle there for the vents. So because Shulk was never in the party during the elevator portions, then Shulk never gets the elevator state, so he can immediately jump off the little segways there in order to maintain momentum to hopefully hit the cycles.
Fortunately, missing the cycles isn't the end of the world. Just blows if you miss a cycle.
Oh, hey, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hey!
Alright, so here I believe they're going to take the air vent here. If Tyler was to go a little bit along up there that route, they would hit a secret area known as Hidden Makna Village, which I believe every other route or every other category, outside of probably 1.1 casual, heads to for various weapons.
And a
But,
whole lot of experience too, since there's 2 secret locations there that give like 10 times the experience a normal landmark would give.
And a little update on the story. As they're traversing this Mechonis field, Dunban being Dunban is like, oh, he has this sixth sense that somebody's watching them. So that'll come into play a little bit soon here. But as for this, I would say this is like the main puzzle, I guess you could say, or not even really puzzle, but
Yeah,
main
another puzzle.
little-
Just press 2 buttons and another button
Yeah.
and go to the end.
Or it's not even a puzzle. I don't even know why I said that. I was trying to make things more dramatic than it needed to be. I gotta
Alright, so-
spice it up, you know.
Cylinder jump going on Boz, see if he'll do the risky method or the free method. Looks like he's going for the riskier method. So this is the method done on the second layer. Looks like he gets it. We are.
That's really good.
So anyways, a little bit of a little bit of falling on Tyler's side. Looks like he goes for the 2 fall instead of the 1 fall. There is a way you can do a 1 fall to survive. However, though, a lot of runners they've had run die because they hit the there's little pistons on the side, kind of like where the railings are. You'll basically land on one of those, but if you fall off just a smidgen too early, then you'll just end up dying from the fall damage. Instead, landing on the gear is a little more consistent since you'll never die, but of course you have to land on it first things first.
This isn't going well. Get a hold of yourself.
Alright, and now he's gonna do the same on the other side. I believe the other side, it's gonna be a little bit more of a, I guess you could say boulder jump, because you can jump before hitting the fence. Don't necessarily have to go all the way around and jump down where the ladder would be. And it's not hard to mess it up,
It's
but
easy to mess up, but it's not a difficult jump to make.
yeah, it's a little.
Yeah, if you try jumping dead on, then you'll probably fall and fail to jump. But if you jump either on the railing or jump at an angle, then you'll basically land inconsistently.
Yeah, so it definitely needs to have a more than 45-degree angle for him to be able to actually get on there. And he did it.
Yeah, it's a little weird with XC1 jump exits, because sometimes you can just be locked into a position. I believe that's also the same too. When falling.
Yeah, coming up here, I am curious. Actually, yeah, since Shulk has the engineer belt, I think we'll be able to do a vision skip coming up for Jade phase, which is definitely one of the more interesting skips of the run. Which is done in both, I think, New Game and New Game Plus, which is basically how Jade Face operates. Probably explain it once we get to the fight, since first things first, we have a very long elevator and a few enemies blocking a door.
Tyler could really go for a toilet break if he needed to during this and not lose any time.
Okay, you don't have to rub it in.
Go.
Well, whose team are you on, Rekeld?
I should not be on any teams.
No, oh, you're unbiased. You're neutral. I respect
However,
that.
I am all for Queen Cinnamon Roll. Unfortunately, we're not doing too hot right now, but Bass is gonna kick it out. Tyler is definitely gonna die to Yalda both too a few times, just to keep the race interesting.
Don't tell them the script. Don't tell them the rest of the script. You gotta wait to get there.
But no one likes not having the spoilers.
That is true. We are Xenoblade fans. All right, so coming up here is where we're gonna fight Jade Face, the guy that was watching Demdan. This is Charlotte's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, right?
Yep.
Something like
well,
that.
not per se ex, but mostly because they thought he was dead.
Or dead boyfriend, or something like that. And he has also been turned into, just like Mumkar, a Mechon, metal face.
Before we do so, farming party gauge real quick, since we want to make sure we get make sure at full talent heading on into Jade Face, that way we can do a one-chain cycle on him.
We only have to do about 20 to 30% damage on him. But
Looks like Boz is having a bad time with the UM skip.
Oh yeah. It might be better to re-teleports.
We got it.
Oh.
Alright then, so coming up on Tyler's side is Jade Face. Because of the engineer belt, we are moving in a specific manner, because how Jade Face works is that when he first sees you, he will always try to use his talent art, which will always result in a vision. However, though, once you're about halfway across the battlefield, he will instead change up his attack pattern. You get in the cheeky quick shot to basically troll you. And because of how we move, we're just trying to get him within that quick cannon range. That way we don't have to worry about getting from a talent art, getting a vision, all that stuff. So we can go immediately right up to Jade Face, and then we can start the second part of the fight. Yeah, we did get a vision there, but that's probably for the best. That way we can get in and actually do some stuff. But for the stealth portion, we don't want any visions. So, and that's where the engineer belt comes in, because the engineer belt gets you just that perfect range for him to use quick cannon instead of using the talent arts. Since that 40% is that magic spot, and thankfully there's equipment that guarantees that, so it makes it more consistent.
And even though we walked, what is it, like almost all of this giant cylinder room already, we have to do it again. But this time we got escalators to bring us to the other side. So Tyler has a few more minutes to stretch his legs.
Yeah, and at the Jade Face fight, Sword Valley and Galahad Fortress are unavailable for the rest of the game too, because the little bit of story update on the back end side of things is that the Hyantia, they're starting a coalition with the other races of Bionis, the Homs, and the Nopon. That way they can form a coalition to strike back against Mechon. And at this point, they're invading Sword Valley and starting the second war of Sword Valley there.
That is the reason why, and this is kind of a meme category in the Xenoblade community. There's it's not even a category in the boards, even walk percent, where you like walk the biggest amount of distance that you can, all the way from Colony 9, from where the Monado was, until this fight. That is the biggest walk you can do in the game, and it was fun. I did this exactly once.
Alright,
So
Boz doing the one fall jump.
He did it perfectly.
Alright, and that was the only cutscene in Central Factory, so coming up on a Tyler side, we're going through Central Factory, which is primarily just a kind of like a filler location between Mechonis Field and Agni-ratha, which has a whole lot of sneaking and more button pressing. But in the middle third, there is going to be some fights that we'll have to do. But as you can tell, we're definitely becoming pretty underleveled, because the game expects us to be in the mid 50s or so right about here, mid 50s, low 60s, and right now we're only in the mid 40s.
Yeah, the fewer enemies we fight, the better.
And the reason why we're not jumping is because Shulk's in an elevator state right now, so jumping would just result in a normal jump compared to a movement boosted jump.
And it's totally not worth it. The reason we're getting some battle soul right now is because we have to fight an offensive drone, whatever it's called. Comes here. He... Oh, just offensive, okay. Because he's in the way. Trying to lure him back to a more open battlefield, even though on this walkway not really possible.
Pretty
And if
quick
we do fight too close, we might aggro the enemies down there too. So that's probably why you lure them back a little bit.
Yeah, that too.
And casually pressing a button from the outside.
As far as these next enemies, I'm pretty sure he can just avoid and go all the way around that elevator in the LG aggro.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Oh no.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
that was a little weird. Oh. Interesting death here. Little mistake. That was just a weird spot. Is he going to... Oh, okay. Yeah, that was just a weird position he was in.
And the fall damage didn't help either. So with the first segment done, now we're moving on into the middle portion. And the main gimmick here is that there's a vent that's blocking us from reaching the upper portion. So in order to get into the upper portions, we need 3 parts to build a bomb. And all 3 parts are guarded by enemies, so we'll need to take them out. But first things first, because of plot flags, we have to visit the vent first and foremost, and then we'll start Watchtower and then a couple other enemies here and there.
I need to be even stronger.
Alright. First of these enemies, I believe they were going to enchant on all of these because Dunban still has Snowy Striker and Empire Fight on Rhine. They don't get the anti-Mechon weapons like in other rounds. But pretty sure they're chain attacking here. Since they're such a low level that it's actually kind of surprising to me how long some of these regular fights do take. But it's still like casual mode still makes them manageable.
Yeah, reminder that we're in casual mode, not in normal mode, which definitely helps with fighting higher level enemies. Like we're doing double damage, we got double defense, I think. Spike damage is 90% less, and most importantly, our accuracy doesn't fall because we're more or less than 10 levels of the enemy. Was it 10 or 7?
5 to 10.
5 even. Oh.
Yeah, it basically gives us a fighting chance because when you get to like past 5 levels, it's like you just straight up get 100% blocked, if not all blocked or miss.
Shulk actually died during the Jade phase fight. Twice.
Oh.
Too hot right now.
Yeah, this is looking bad for...
Yeah.
We just need to get the chain. Ah, Rhine is dead. Hopefully this
He
is
may
enough.
be able to clutch this up.
Gonna be very close.
Oh, I feel like he would have needed another chain link to... Or Ryan being down definitely hurt it, but...
He's
Well,
so
at least he
close.
lived.
He got it.
Oh, okay. Well, that was very Monka-esque. Oh, it looks like Tyler's approaching this fight from behind.
Yeah, to
I
avoid
guess
the radar units from above.
Yeah.
He didn't go for the happy trick. But he was close anyways.
Alright, looks like doing a death warp here.
If only these level 61 enemies could kill a level 48 enemy, you know?
Eh. Too bad there's no, like, death code or anything. That would make things a lot easier. So moving back to Control Tower, and we'll be doing well, I guess I'm used to the New Game Plus unique monster skips. Here we're bringing back Ricky, since Ricky has the full 60% stealth. That way we can push this button from the outside without having to fight the unique monster here.
Similar to Galahad Fortress.
Yeah, that 60% vision reduction is very powerful. So now we're being a little suspicious and moving on through the vents here. There is a side quest that does pop up. Contrary to popular belief in how this game kind of operates as you move up a central factory, you do not have to do the side quest. It's completely optional.
I feel called out.
I think almost everybody does it on their first runs without realizing.
Okay. At least it was an NG Plus run, so...
Yeah. And plus that fight, Lee Sin Hundo is pretty annoying without casual mode buffs. Now we're heading up to the top portion and starting the final third of the dungeon here, which is basically a boss fight with a little bit more sneaking around.
Does everyone call this the annoying Mechon fight?
I call it worst fight.
I wouldn't say it's annoying, this one coming up here. It is kind of a longer.
I mean, it just exists.
Yeah. Yeah, on the New Game Plus categories, this is the worst fight in the entire game. Just because all the enemies are in perfect positions. So before getting started, the usual happy plus battle soul to start with a good advantage. We're almost level 50 on Ricky.
Oh, looks like Tyler's having a little trouble here.
Yeah, for the tension, you have to hit it just right.
Can't always be happy.
Alright, so we have 2 watchtowers and 2 fairy units. Well, I guess rapid and 2 fairies. Main gimmick here once again is using enchant to start things out, moving on to the side, get PDD.
Alright, and I think probably this is kind of similar to the Silverface fight where ideally we're killing on chain to resupply us with party gauge. Enough. Ooh, that was a little close there with the chain link. And then we're just gonna reduplicate, rinse and repeat on every other Mechon. It's important. Oh, now we have access to Soaring Tempest. I forgot when Dunban learned that, but that's gonna be huge for AoE in these fights, as well as building chain because there's so many hits to possibly crit.
Yeah, and that's why Soaring Tempest is so powerful and casual, because you can just walk into a group, use that, and basically get a full talent instantaneously.
Just you wait until chapter 17. You'll see some beauty.
Oh yeah.
But hey, we're still in chapter 13? No, we're past that 14.
Yep.
I can feel the power.
And doing a skip travel here to not the barrier lower. Now we're entering Agni-ratha and getting close to the end of the Mechon section. Yep, in the best cutscene.
Attack!
Help on heroes! Big Boz is also having a little bit of trouble with the happy. Yeah, since that window to hit the happy is very tight.
Do you know how many frames you got?
I want to say it's like half a second or so. I mean, it's tight, but it's not like impossibly tight. Oh yeah, welcome to Hundo's worst room. Whole lot of side quests that locks off in like 5 cutscenes. Yep, with everyone's favorite items, including grape deode and grape springs and fairy tale deode. Those two are like everyone's nightmare. Thankfully, in Definitive Edition, whenever you have a side quest, it will give a red exclamation point on which enemies drop the item or which item orbs actually have the item. So it makes the Agni-ratha section a whole lot more manageable. Literally in the Grand's old 100% route for the original Xenoblade Chronicles is notes literally say YOLO, do your best.
I hate to say it, but one of Baz's Hundo runs recently died to this room. He forgot to hand in 1 or 2 of them. And that was about 16 hours in, so you can tell how happy he was.
Oh, is that because this was after like he completed the story and this was in post game, or?
It wasn't post game, but he was definitely past Agni-ratha.
Oh. Yeah, it sucks. So what we're doing here is we're gonna activate a portal to Agni-ratha, or to talk to Agol, basically. And there's these 4 pillars that we're gonna go in a very rather, I guess, clockwise manner or counterclockwise manner, activating. And aggro can sometimes be a little mean here. It looks like Tyler's struggling with a little bit of aggro.
This is actually somewhat intended, since the first one is like super difficult to like not get.
Oh, right.
We can just skip travel back there once we're at the last pillar.
If it happens, it's not the end of the world. It just loses a little bit of time.
Right.
And if you're wondering why Ricky is higher level compared to everybody else, he has some skills that he naturally learns that increases the experience gained in like discovering landmarks and just in general.
Here's some good music. Oh, we don't get the good music? Okay. Normally it gets cited by a unique monster.
If you move that corner just right, you won't get spotted.
Not that it matters anyway.
Alright, which item is this? Elusia Silver, yeah. One of the items needed for Colony 6. Now we're at every JoJo's fan's favorite pillar. And coming up is probably the last skip of the run, and that's just a little skip over the edge. If you until you're like right at the edge, you can just hop in. 98% consistent. I had one run where it actually died because somehow I did the jump and for some reason I clipped through the wall and fell to my death.
You might have angled it incorrectly. But
maybe.
It looks really scary, but it's actually pretty consistent. That is true. I think I also died once there, and I know for sure that my angle was different than other times.
Alright, since we're done with us sneaking around with Ricky, we can just move everything back to Shulkin. Wrapping up Agni-ratha and getting on into very, very scary boss fights.
Oh yeah.
We're back to Control Tower to ride the elevator once again. As a reminder, this room exists. You continue to taunt those 100% players.
Yeah, they did it just for them. I love it.
Then again, Xenoblade 1 is probably the easiest game to 100% speedrun. Bad as it is. Well, 3 is not terrible. Don't do 2.
Don't do 2. I love Cosmos.
I don't think I can co-sign that. I think you should absolutely do 2, 100%, because 2 is a good game. But I believe after activating the shrine transporter, we're gonna do our little happy trick, then teleport to the shrine transporter, and remember how we were fighting Jadeface earlier? Well, we're gonna have a rematch with him now that he is confirmed Gaur, or what was once thought as Charlotte's dead boyfriend, but now he's like being controlled by Mechon. And this fight, once again, we're gonna want to definitely emphasize safety before starting off with our usual offensive change, which is Slit Edge into Worldly Slash and Sword Drive. We're gonna want to definitely hammer home breaking him and keeping him topple locked here. This first phase, it's just more about reaching an HP threshold first, but after that, we should be fine. Wait, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an HP threshold. The second phase is a little bit more different. Because there's add-ons that come into play, and it can be a little scary. But I'm pretty sure this first phase, there's 2 objectives: obviously getting it to that HP threshold and having enough Monado and Chain entering the next fight as well.
Looks like Tyler got it to the barrier just fine. Phase 2, arguably one of the hardest fights in the game. It starts up with a shield call, and these ads love to use taunt, and Gato has access to some super scary arts. Here we're going to be chaining for topple. Once again, just that way Gato doesn't do anything crazy.
The idea for this is those add-ons will actually use target, or whatever it's called, so that you can't actually target any other enemy, so you have to get rid of these add-ons right now.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense for casual mode. I know there is a strat you could do where as soon as they lock on, that's when you would chain Gato, but I guess that's kind of a risky strat, so they don't do it here.
Especially for a marathon setting. Yeah, it's funny because the best Monado arc to help mitigate Jadeface's super scary arts, like, I don't remember the attack, it's like Bullet Storm or something like that, is only available in an optional side quest, and we're not in the mood to help out half of the Hidden Village.
No. Fight is looking like it's going well for Tyler here.
Yeah. A little too much aggro on Shulk's side, but
Advance.
it looks like we'll be able to topple lock Gato.
Yeah, just about getting that chain gauge up.
Yeah, one of the helpful advice if you're playing the game the first time and you're struggling with a lot of the boss fights and they constantly use visions, chain attack right when the vision's about to hit. When you do that, you'll always guarantee to live with 1 HP once you initiate the chain attack, so you can use that and use the chain to heal up, which, in case of emergency in Gato, that's an option you can do. But Tyler had basically ideal Gato fight. Now we're moving on to the Eggle fight, which will basically operate kind of similar to other fights. Thankfully, Eggle is not as hard as Gato. And plus, he has like next to no physical defense resist, so we can basically use PDD to build very quickly and just shred Eggle.
Even though Eggles already has PDD, reason Tyler is using a Slit Edge instead of the stronger sword backslash is in case of a chain link you can do even more damage. Just thought of that.
How are you able to wield such a power?
You shall pay.
Alright, next up, Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth we want to defeat as fast as possible. We'll start with Machinery Field. It's changed that way we don't have to deal with the Arc Seal. And the other reason is because we want to get down below a certain HP threshold, because once he uses Catastrophe, if he's under a certain threshold, he'll end the fight. If not, he will cycle through a bunch of other arts like Alchemy Force or something like that. It's a weird art for sure. And then he will go back to Catastrophe, so ideally we want to take him out as fast as possible so we don't have to worry about it. So there goes Mechonis. Mechonis is now awoken, so now we need to find a way into Mechonis' core to stop Ego.
But first off, a really relatively boring long walk. And one of the more sad cutscenes happening as well. If you're a Melia fan girl or boy at least.
Also, a cutscene is in a previous cutscene. What ended up happening was Shulk is starting to lose control of the Monado. Same thing that's happening with Dunban.
Oh yeah. No, that's happening here, I think.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. It just happened in the previous cutscene, or when they were getting off the ship.
No, that happens here on the sidewalk.
Yeah, that's kind of what I said. Like just as
Yeah.
they were leaving the ship, that's when it happens.
It's just as I thought.
Anyway, coming up, the Apocrypha generator. I want to call this a nice item grab. I want to call this the most difficult fight, but yeah. Anything has something to say about it? Because I wouldn't give it any special instructions.
Not really anything to watch out for. This is another just simply do Shulk, Dunban, and Ryan shenanigans. If there's anything particular about this fight, it's just really just making sure to have rather good chain and definitely have Monado up for the next more threatening fight coming up after this.
Yeah, Soul got a little bit too much aggro, which not great.
Oh, oof. And he got toppled.
And toppled, still got aggro.
Oh, it looks
And
like he
we really
does
want to
chain here.
maintain full talent and everything like that because there is no quick travel available at this time. Your quick travel is fully disabled and there's no enemies around, so you have to make sure that everything's built up before going on to the next fight. So this fight will definitely drain your resources for sure if you're not careful. Looks like Tyler's got this in the bag though.
Yeah.
Now. Probably commentator's curse. Oh, going for the kill.
Easy.
All right. And I think
Yeah, that
he did
fight
get
can
chain
definitely
off
get
that.
very annoying.
He did get chain off that kill, and also we ended up learning a new Monado art, Monado Cyclone, which, if they do the strat, I think they do for a certain boss in the end game, that'll come into play a little bit.
Oh
And
yeah.
it's pretty strong. We just won't see
Melia's-
it in this fight.
Melia's getting a lot of quick steps because we will have another Melia walking simulator in just a little bit. So this is definitely the most dangerous fight of the entire run.
There's a lot of moving components that go into Yaldabaoth too.
That too. So
Besides
the
the fact
first,
that we're like,
the first 50% of his health is nothing too special to talk about. He talks a little bit, and then at about like 70-80%ish, he does a model attack, which either let me see, inflicts topple, art seal, or strength model, which I believe just does attack. The weakness model, meaning Ryan got toppled for a bit. We're saving our chain attack for whenever some ads come in, which happens
yep,
now.
right here. So once he uses an energy replenish, then fun stuff happens.
Yeah, this is a kind of a weird vision, where instead of an actual attack against us, he does bionis /10 to the bionis, meaning that the whole bionis dies and does infinite damage, and that ends the fight. You got 2 minutes for it though.
Yep, so we're using this time to take out the exterminator clocks, because if you let them run rampant, then this fight is just an absolute nightmare.
You want everything that Yaldabaoth isn't doing anything, so
Ooh.
Oh no.
Ugh.
Kind of a sticky situation for Tyler. I don't know what he's gonna do here.
I'm probably going to
Uh,
try to
thi-
go
this
for the
should get-
kill to get chained too.
Yeah.
okay. Shout out to Blossom Dance.
All right. He's all right, even if Shulk somehow dies.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, it's not
You
looking
cannot
good
really-
on Baz' side either. Baz looks like he's struggling with Gatto. Yeah,
Yeah.
he just lost to Gatto. So both players are currently struggling in some fights here. Looks like though Tyler still has plenty of time to knock out these energies. The main thing is
Yeah.
getting rid of those ads.
They're also all low on health.
Yep, so Tyler sent Dunban to take care of the clock in the back. And once you get it below a certain barrier, then it will it'll automatically deplete itself. So right now Yaldabaoth stays right now. We can use this time to get everybody back to the center. Do some damage here.
And now it's a
Yeah.
race to the finish.
Ooh. Like he was trying to get an attack off right beforehand, but alright. Like they're slowly getting back into it.
Fight should be kind of free from here on. The hard part is over, so it's now just cleaning up
Well.
Gatto.
Another manufactured drone, but we will be definitely able to kill Yaldabaoth before then, hopefully.
On a little side note, Bass just bought Ghetto 2.
Nice. Alright, so we got through the hardest boss of the run. Now it's the most annoying fight of the run if you don't know what you're doing. That is the
This battle is
basically the only one of the real only fights we ever use Fiora with. That is the Zanza fight. So every time that Zanza uses an attack, we'll be timing that in order to use an art. That way we can cancel back the knockback. Otherwise, we'll get knocked back, lose some tension, everything like that. Yeah, after a certain point, Zanza goes through a set of attacks. One of the worst attacks that happens with this Zanza is a Monado shield attack, which will basically make him immune for like 10 minutes. And yeah, as Ian pointed out in the chat, you cannot die in this fight on New Game, but on New Game Plus you do have, and that's because Fiora right now has a set of special daggers that have unbeatable 6 on, which grants a 100% chance of not dying. Alright, looks like we got it off. We beat Zanza before her shield came on, so that's good. So everybody's favorite cinnamon roll's coming back for some movement.
And I guess to give an
Yay.
important story update, so it turns out our good friend Dixon is actually, our Shulk, our main character, was actually holding a god inside of him, Zanza, all this while, and he comes out of nowhere and claims his body back with the Monado. Now that he has both the bionis Monado and sort of Mechonis. And Dixon kind of backstabs us a little bit. Shulk is unconscious. The whole team is in disarray now. And all the Telethia are turning into, or high NT are turning into Telethia. And yeah, it's kind of not good right now.
It looks like Boz is struggling with the Eldebuff fight, so I was unable to get the damage threshold before Catastrophe gets off.
You caught the previous fight annoying. The next fight is also pretty annoying, and the whole strategy of this fight is just staying alive for as long as possible, since that fight is also an auto-scroller.
Like a minute-long auto-scroller where you can only lose time.
Yeah. So for one fight and one fight only, Dunman will learn Jaws of Death, which I believe that's the one that he can die whenever that aura is active.
Yeah, if he were to die, he would be resurrected with so much HP.
So yeah, with how many experience and how much time there goes into prepping for this fight, you can tell that this is a really bad fight.
Yeah, casually, I struggled with this fight for took 3 attempts on my first playthrough. I didn't really struggle with Yeldaboth, but this fight, then again, Shulk was my main healer, so, and we're out of Shulk, so. I guess a little bit of using Dunban here. We're using Fearless, since Fearless grants a strength buff to the party. And then just using arts until can't use arts anymore. And since this fight is an auto-scroller, since only a certain amount of time has to pass before Sereni uses its killer attack, you ideally don't want to use Thunder. Thunder after using Tempest Kick would basically phase in any enemy, but don't have to worry about it here right now.
Another really important thing is to stay away from the rest of your party, so that in the case of an AoE attack, not everyone is dead.
Alright, now we're using Jazzy, so that way we're guaranteed to live right there. You might saw that Dunban healed up a little bit, and that's because Jazzy Death survived It's a particle, otherwise Dunban would have died there. Heart Seal plus Bind. That's fun. Alright. And we
completed.
lived.
Okay.
Alright, now we're in the final chapter.
Should we do it one more time? One final cinnamon roll walking sim.
So Melee is just gonna gather her thoughts here. She's going out to gather her thoughts about what just happened, and worried about Shulk. Actually, in a prior scene prior to Melee walking, Shulk is alive, and he's talking to Alvis because Alvis is supposedly a good guy now. By the end of this game, at least, and it's like, Shulk, do what you think is the best, and Shulk is kind of having this post-life crisis, I guess you could say. It's like, was I ever really alive? Like, what? And,
Also, Baz is moving on into Yaldabaoth.
Yeah. Baz doing Yalda. We wish him the best of luck. Oh, apparently this is where Melia gets all the quick steps.
And so after that, Melee and Fiora kind of talk a little bit, and they're at Colony. This is Colony 6, and they're going to. Wait, no, is this Colony? This isn't Colony 6.
This is 6.
Oh yeah, okay. I was confused a little bit. So apparently Telethia are now attacking us. Dixon is attacking us, and we're gonna reconvene with the other party members and defend Colony 6. I just feel like during that conversation, there's just something Alphys is hiding. There's something he's hiding in this game alone, you know?
It's something about this planet.
Just something, it's something he is hiding. I don't know what it is. It looked like, okay, yeah, Tyler took off Jaws of Death, but he kept Heat Haze on, since Jaws of Death is only for that one troll fight on the ship against that Telethia. But now we have Peerless back on.
Yeah, so now Zanza has awoken the Bionis, Telethia, which were once Scientia, are attacking Colony 6, preparing the recycle of destruction and degeneration for the Bionis. So Telethia is here to basically wipe out all life, so protecting Colony 6 before that crap hits the fan.
So we have Fiora kind of in here as a makeshift Shulk here. She's rather nice. I mean, she has also physical arts that synergize well with Raiden Dunban here. But after this fight, we'll have Shulk coming back with a fake replica Monado, and he's going to be continuing to act as how he's always been a slit edge into Shadow Eye. And back.
Oh yeah, also one thing to note though is that at the end of Yaldabaoth, you want to have maximum Monado for this fight specifically. If you don't, you're going to have a bad time. Because Sereni Telethia always starts off with a
Soul Read.
Yeah, Soul Read.
Yeah, then it's probably better to stay as Dunban. But force it. Ooh, he doesn't.
Well, he was only 2 auto attacks away, thankfully, so.
Oh, okay, good. This, out of the 3 Telethia fights, this is definitely the worst one.
Yep, just because of that immediate Soul Read when you might have no Monado. This is the first fight you use with Shulk after Yaldabaoth.
Yeah, the only other way you would be able to get rid of that Soul Read is probably with a mixture of Dunban using his kick move, a Tempest Kick into Thunder, which will daze an enemy, and daze gets rid of Soul Read on enemies. And
good news on Team Kevis is that Baz destroyed the final boss of the game. The final hard boss of the fight. He's not that fast.
Yeah, and he's also exiting with Fulminato too.
Better.
I'm surprised that chain didn't kill, but that's kind of good to make sure Minato was out.
Yeah, at least the nice thing about Serenity Telethia is that Serenity has like very little health, all things considered. I think he only has like 200,000 or something like that. And it was something ridiculously low when I was rerouting Big Game Plus Casual, where just a sword drive from Ryan was enough to one-shot it. Hey, one thing I should probably also mention about casual mode, I don't know if it was mentioned before, as a little bit of a fun fact, is that in casual mode, one of the downsides though is that because of how the game removes the agility penalties, Soul Read, if you're like super high level and normal, you'll still be able to hit through it just fine. On casual mode, even if you're like 100 levels above the enemy, because of Soul Read's buff, you will always be missing. Also looks like Baz got Minato shielded.
Dude,
so now we're heading on into the bionis interior, which is a fun level.
yeah,
Leave it
really
at that.
fun, really meaty, really movie and squishy, and other things that define the human body. Okay, I guess while we're here, I do want to mention that, hey, if you're watching this right now, you are watching the Xenoblade Chronicles Community Series Relay Race. I think I messed the order of some of those words. You're currently watching Xenoblade Chronicles DE, with most of the other Xenoblade games already being ran before, and in about less than an hour, hopefully less than half an hour, we are looking at Xenoblade 3, which is the final run of this relay race. The two contestants are Team Kevis and Team Agnes, with Agnes currently with about 10 minutes in the lead. But hey, anything can still happen in Xenoblade 3. I've seen how volatile the run actually is. So can I get a hashtag Kevis sweep or a hashtag Agnes sweep in the chat? Yeah, I guess that was it. And we are here for 7 more hours at the least.
Alright, so we're in the final dungeon. Earlier we were in Bionis Interior a little bit when going to Makna Forest. Now here is, I guess, quote unquote, the second to last final dungeon here. We're going to be coming up on another perplexing and interesting boss fight that is known to troll many a casual player, and that is Lorithia. Before we enter Lorithia, we're going to want to make sure we have full Minato gauge and also full chain attack. So the strategy we're going to be doing for Lorithia is going to revolve around heat hazing, having heat haze up into so essentially what happens with Lorithia is she's going to spawn a bunch of ether ads. We want to get rid of those immediately, and the most effective way to do that is with a chain attack, AoE chain attack, with moves such as Cyclone, Lariat, and Soaring Tempest.
Yeah, one thing how the Lord is, well, I was gonna say the Lorithia fight. She operates. She gets insane physical defense buffs. The more Telethia, more Nebula that are out. So if there's 4 Nebula out, she'll only take like 25% physical damage. But if all are gone, then she'll take more from physical attacks. So that's why we want to take out the ads as soon as possible, since we're still using an all physical party. Also, no black liver beans.
Black Liver Bean is a Colony 6 item, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
One of the rarest items, like a 6% chance.
Are you nuts? We're outmatched. We have to fall back.
Ricky's winning! Thank you, Ricky time.
Nah, fuzzface. The thanks goes to me.
Reminder how Eggle said that you shall pay. There's also a really interesting strategy that Baz is currently doing. He's playing as Fiora.
All right, we're gonna give Ruby Glasses to Shulk because Monado Cyclone is off ether damage, and we really want that Cyclone to kill them all. We're also gonna have him in the third slot to get the ×3 multiplier from Shane.
He also gets a lot of ether-based skills.
And interestingly, I'm pretty sure at the start here we're gonna want actually all our party members to come here and not do anything just yet, because when we cast this heat haze, we're gonna need it to where this soaring edge comes up and they can't do anything. Alright, it's looking good so far. Here's Cyclone.
Alright, that
There.
took out all the ads.
There we go. Now we gotta wait a little bit for the shields to actually go away. Or, ooh, it looks like a little of them.
Nah,
there
no,
there he
never mind.
goes.
Like,
Yeah, so you just saw all those PDDs proc there. So
Yeah.
from here, you're just starting up with the Peerless and then going right into attack fun times.
The thing is, these nebulas, they just stay alive before they die.
Yep, kind of like the energy
devices.
conduits on Elderball. Yeah, you're just seeing how much damage we're doing with physical attacks now that the Nebula are gone. But once they got the Nebula, Disciple Orthia is not too hard of a fight. That's a whole lot of fun parts there. Also, a very good chain there.
It's actually a really fun fight if you get the hang of it, but you need to get the hang of it. That's the difficulty.
I feel like the first move you do, or really getting those ether nebulas down, is like the most vital part of the fight. If that doesn't happen, you're kind of out of luck. The only other thing I guess you could maybe get unlucky on is building chain up again before her second shield goes up, because if you take too long killing her in between after her first wave of shields go down or ether nebula go down, another wave will come up, and then you have to essentially repeat the whole process of killing them all for doing any meaningful damage to Lorthia. But now what's going on here is, I believe earlier in the run we did mention something about how challenge mode is unique to DE. So we're actually gonna do some certain shenanigans here. We're actually gonna do a little bit of a side quest here that involves us getting Rabbit Deo'd. And something that's interesting in challenge mode is that you can actually get collectibles in challenge mode. So we're gonna get one, I believe is it cool potato or is it a rabbit deode?
Rabbit
Yes,
deode.
that's the
Rabbit
item. We're gonna get
Rabbit
rabbit
Deode is an
deode.
overtrait.
We're gonna get one rabbit deode entering into challenge mode, and then we're gonna do a little bit of a challenge to get challenge mode currency to use at the shop and get another rabbit deode. But while it's simultaneously in that menu, we're gonna enter another challenge, and some weird shenanigans are gonna happen from that. I'll just let it speak for itself when we get there.
Yeah, so this little fun part's really good. It's we are currently like level 59 or something like that, and the final boss is like level 83, so we need somebody to get a couple levels.
I think a decent time for this particular challenge mode is around 40 seconds as an average time for most runners. Don't know what the fastest time I've seen is.
I mean, if it's a time attack challenge, those would be like way lower than that.
And again, we'd be like level 99 with some illegal arts on.
Yeah, that will definitely be lower than 20. But for in runs, yeah, 40 seconds is good. What was it? 46. So the only reason we did this is to get some points so that we can actually spend that on the rabbit diodes, meaning that we just now completed the quest. Now we're going to He of the Metal Face, which is the highest level thing that we can get. You also just heard that we completed the quest We waited a little bit. That's okay. So this is actually similar to San Andreas, where it has like a mode where it thinks, oh hey, you're doing a mission while you're not on a mission. Well, this is relatively the same. So we're just getting out of the time attack, and instead of actually getting outside of the time attack, we're just normal respawning, but we're keeping the party that we have now. Meaning that we have a level 90 party right now, and that is what we're going to use to beat the rest of the game.
Yep, so this is known as party swap, since we're basically swapping our party for another one. Since how the time attack works is that there's like two separate teams. One is your A team, which is the team that you use, and the team that's used specifically for that time attack. So once you go into time attack, it swaps out your party, all that equipment and everything like that. So technically we're supposed to be in time attack, and then once we exit time attack, then our equipment and everything will go back to normal. However, though, since we use the process of it loading it into time attack mode, so we swapped parties, but we interrupted the process of swapping the game state over, so now we are in a glitch state. And because we're in a glitch state, there's some things that we can do and some things that we can't. We can switch party members around occasionally, but the biggest thing, if you are doing party swap, do not open your equipment menu. You will crash the game.
This will crash the game. Like, not even
so
a
that
question.
is why we cannot use any quick step whatsoever. And we're running Ricky because Ricky at this state does have his movement speed buff, so Ricky is going to be faster to move around and everything like that. And I guess the fun thing you can do is that while you're in this little glitch state, you can take this into New Game Plus, since it'll give you your normal party back. However, though, some parts are unloaded, like your arts and such. So you can do a little thing known as arts inheritance and equipment inheritance. I'm not too certain on equipment inheritance. That was before I kind of stopped running the game. But with arts inheritance, you can basically pull any art from any character. That means Shulk can use, say, Ryan's sword drive. Ryan can use Monado Buster at infinitely, and a whole lot of other fun stuff. And it's very glitchy, very fun. Leads to Arts Gotcha, which is misery, but thankfully Arcanite did start a new program to help the process a little bit. So now we're going on into the Obius Albart fight. The main gimmick that we're going to be doing for a lot of these fights going on ahead is stacking on as much debuffs as we can. As you saw, Ricky just deleted the health. That's because Say Sorry, what it does is that it does more damage and more debuffs you stack onto the enemy. So by using Freezinate, Lurgy to get Poison, Blaze for Blaze, Bitey for Bleed and everything like that, we can stack all that on, and then use one super powerful Say Sorry to just basically delete its health pool.
Yeah, we're totally not using Ricky for any fights prior, but he is actually a powerhouse. You wouldn't think of it, because Ricky, best hero, there's no pawn.
Ricky, true hero pawn.
That's the one. But yeah, I like to compare the party swap to the Pokemon Battle Tower, where you're using a team that's not your own. But instead of, but then you're stealing those Pokemon and use them outside.
Alright, Tyler was trying to position himself just right, so if you fall at just the right angle, you can skip one of the fall animations, and if you're really lucky, you'll land on the ladder, and it will basically save a couple seconds there. First worked out, I believe it was Tyler, is that it's actually faster to backtrack through the Behemoth Den than it is to fall down, move around, try to go for the hole-in-one and everything like that. Instead, it's 12 seconds faster to just backtrack.
Oh, that is... I did not know that. At first I was confused. I was like, wait, why is he not going the path you mentioned? So that'll be cool to see.
It's nothing too special, though.
And also, since we're so high leveled, like level 90, none of the enemies will actually see us, and
Ricky getting hungry.
Steel yourself. The fight has only just begun.
Baz preparing himself for Lorithia. Should be good.
All right, Baz is coming up here on Lorithia. Let's see how that progresses. I don't know if he has any battle affinity or party gauge up. It looks like his party gauge is rather low.
He just topped it up, but it's not that important since you get a lot from whatever that
Soaring,
move is called.
Soaring Tempest?
Yeah, Soaring Tempest, the first ad, so it's not that important.
Oh.
He did get full party gauge, or talent gauge.
Yeah, that's the one that matters more out of the two, I guess.
Soaring Tempest, Lariat. I have a feeling the chain started a bit too early.
Oh, yeah, that looks kind of bad. Or, well, it should be fine as long as he remembers to wait for the defense down to actually proc.
playing Lorithia a little bit safe since Lorithia has access to a lot of nasty arts too.
Alright, he should be fine to chain now. And I believe Tyler here is coming up on
The Cathedral.
the third to last boss fight. Or, well, I don't know. You can't really consider. I wouldn't really consider it a boss fight, but
Yeah,
one
it's
of
a
the
good
last
boss.
fights before we get into like the actual end game.
Bosses through
Alright.
Lorithia.
All right, so if you missed what happened earlier with party swap glitch here, if you look at Baz's or Team Keva's screen, you'll be able to get another chance to see exactly how it's done. Once we go down this long, I guess hall bridge, and go up these stairs, we'll hit a bell and that'll call the dragon, and then we're on to the end game. And as far as this dragon goes, there's not. The only annoying thing I guess it can do, I would say, is it'll sweep and temporarily blow us down. Is probably one of the more annoying things it'll do. Other than that, we just easily just do level 90 party funny bad battle strats.
Yeah, and since this is casual mode, we don't have to worry about its nasty spike. Since that's basically the only threat this dragon truly has. Funny, of the 4 dragons in Xenoblade Definitive Edition, this one's the easiest by a country mile.
There he is, Dragon King Alcar.
Despite him being the Dragon King, he's actually the weakest dragon.
That is true. How many dragons are in the game? 3? 4?
If you, 4 if you count Future Connected.
Then I say 3.
Yeah, since there's Demon King and then Avalanche Odyssey, which is the ultimate super boss. This very fun insta-kill counter spike. Now the point of no return where Shulk magically comes in. Oh yeah, another thing about Party Swap I should mention though, which has no real bearing to the run since Party Swap only gets unlocked after you enter Prison Island 2, is that if you were to enter a spot where you get a new party member, like when Melia joins and something like that, the game will crash, but we don't have to worry about that because all that is way before we actually, since Shulk re-entering the party is the last time that it happens, and we don't have to worry about it, thankfully. So, coming up is going to be the, Dixon fight.
You could just say that Party Swap just got... Wait, what's happening on this?
He exited too early.
Oh, okay. Then I hope he made a safety save.
The game autosaves.
True. Okay.
This ain't Xenoblade 2, thankfully. Yeah, so Dixon 1 is another instance where we just get down to a certain HP threshold and then it'll end the fight with an attack. And then phase 2, get through his pretty high health pool, so...
Oh, but not too difficult.
Yeah. Probably the most annoying part about the Dixon fight is that every attack has a chance to inflict paralysis, which will lower your auto attack rate. But probably the more annoying part is that whenever you get debuffed, then your tension goes down, and then you'll be more likely to miss and all that fun stuff. And now we're heading on into memory space, which is the last true area of the game, even though it's after the point of no return. As a little bit of a fun fact in the battle data, which is basically the data mine of the game, there was actually a Telethia ghost that was planned to be implemented but went unused, to everyone's glee.
I cared so much about Telethia. She was such a major plot point.
Even though she was fought literally an hour ago. At least casually.
Alright, so as we're coming up on the final boss fight, actually, it's kind of funny since Albus kind of finally reveals after all this time what he's truly been hiding, that he's like the computer of this world, and bestows upon Shulk the true Monado, but we actually in the Speedrun don't really have any need for it. Our level 90 party easily trumps that. Or I don't even think we can actually even put him in the party without at all, so... Yeah, that's it's a little funny irony there that we don't even really need to use the true Monado.
Anyways, memory space is full of invisible walls. We're using some visual checkpoints, such as the Telethia's wing there. Using that as a visual point, so that way we can get around this invisible wall here. As you can see, Ricky's kind of rubbing up against an invisible wall there. I don't know, it feels like we're building up to something.
Something cool. Landmark, moon. Definitely the moon of Jupiter.
Now we're moving on to Dunban for the final fight here. Did this beforehand because otherwise we probably would crash the game. Yeah, so Zanza 1, his main gimmick here is kind of similar to Telethia, where the ads will increase his physical defense by a little bit. It's not as much as Telethia because, well, you get 4 of them and we only have 2 to deal with instead of 4. And plus, we're so high level, you don't have to worry about it too much. Oh, we say that as Charlie goes down, but Charlie's only level 11 at this point.
And that is phase 1.
Now phase 2, which is the hardest part of the fight, I think it has like 600,000 health or something like that, but since we're all applying our physical defense down, we don't have to worry too much, and then we can just go in and shred with Blossom Dance. So as we're heading on into the end of the fights here, we'll be transitioning to Xenoblade 3 here pretty soon. So get ready for that as we have Quadra up against Plexa for the final run of this marathon.
First, we'll get to see Plexa for a little bit.
And this is where we would have the true Monado, but we don't. Because, I mean, as you can already tell, we just run through this guy's hell.
We got the true Dunban.
Yeah, exactly. True Dunban, and it's over like that. GG.
Right.
Sub 440. I think that's actually a PB for Tyler, is it not?
Apparently a few minutes behind world records, according to chat.
Yeah, I think that is a PB. Hey,
That was a really good run from Tyler.
solid.
All right, so now we're moving on into Xenoblade 3 now.
All right. This will be the end of me commentating. I appreciate coming on here and commentating this run.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all for letting me co-commentate for this run. I will be taking my leave now. All right.
Yep, same here. I've been Orpheolus, and hopefully you'll have fun with Xenoblade 3's even more exciting combat.
Yeah, I think I'll stay around for just a little bit until Bass is done.